guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has been ousted. The vote came despite a passionate plea from Oklahoma's Republican Congressman Tom Cole.
The overwhelming majority of my party supports the speaker that we elected. We're proud of the leadership he's shown.
A handful of Republicans joined Democrats today to oust McCarthy. The push was led by Florida's Gates, who's angry McCarthy worked with Democrats to pass a short-term funding bill to keep the government open. This is the first time in U.S. history that a Speaker of the House has ever been voted out of office. Hunter Biden, President Biden's son, has entered a not guilty plea to a federal gun charge in Delaware. He's facing 3 felony firearm charges, one of which pertains to unlawful possession as an illegal drug user. These charges came after a previous plea deal which permitted him to enter a diversion program unraveled due to scrutiny from a federal judge. Day 2 of former President Trump's civil trial is in the books.
Former President Trump and his associates, including his 2 sons, were back in a Manhattan courtroom for the second day in a civil fraud trial. Trump again blasting prosecutors on his way into the New York courthouse.
This case should be dismissed. This is not a case. And she should probably be dismissed also.
Trump also telling reporters he will take the stand at the appropriate time. They're accused of inflating property values for better loans and insurance rates. New York Attorney General Letitia James is pursuing a $250 million fine and a ban on Trump's company operating in New York. The judge has imposed a limited gag order on the case. I'm John Schaefer.
Joe Jonas and estranged wife Sophie Turner are slated for a January 2nd trial in Manhattan federal court for the custody dispute over their 2 young children. The Game of Thrones actress initiated an emergency lawsuit to relocate the children from New York City to their permanent residence in England. This is USA News.
I've got a unique vacation idea for you that's right here in the United States. If you're ready for a vacation that's fun and downright affordable, listen up. It's driving distance for many of you, so no planes, no airline delays, no hassles. It's Branson, Missouri, the entertainment capital of the Midwest. Live music for everyone. Branson has 3 beautiful, enormous lakes, water attractions, live shows, great food, and tons of entertainment. It's a perfect vacation for you and your family, or if you're retired and you want to have a great time. And you can stay and Branson for as low as $99 a night. Please understand, this is not a timeshare offer. It's a real vacation for as little as $99 a night. We've got a free vacation guide we want to send you right now. All you have to do is call for complete details. Get your free Branson, Missouri guide right now by calling this number.
800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. 800-399-4215. That's 800-399-4215.
A new list from Forbes ranks Elon Musk as the richest person in America. The 42nd annual Forbes 400 list was released this morning, and Musk is number one for a second year in a row with an estimated $251 billion, thanks to a higher valuation for SpaceX shares and a rebound in Tesla shares. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos is number two for a second year in a row with an estimated worth of $161 billion. Student loan repayments have resumed. Republicans have thwarted attempts to continue a moratorium that began during the COVID pandemic.
I don't know of any reason why people can't continue to pay their student loans on time.
That's Senator John Cornyn of Texas. He says President Biden acted illegally in forgiving student loan debt. Pope Francis is opening the door for some Catholic priests to bless same-sex unions. The Vatican published a letter from France yesterday responding to a list of questions presented by 5 conservative cardinals who challenged him to reinforce traditional Catholic teaching on same-sex marriage. Francis said forms of blessings could be granted on an occasional basis, while calling on clergy to show kindness, patience, and understanding toward the topic. The late-night talk show hosts, they're back on the air. Stephen Colbert, Jimmy Fallon, and Jimmy Kimmel were all back at the helm of their TV shows Monday night for the first time since members of the Writers Guild of America went on strike last May. Dave Collins, USA News.
You will like this program if you are new to it. There's something for everybody to like about the Good Day program, if I do say so myself. Doug Stephan, who else is going to say it if I don't? I guess, right? Yeah, let's hear it for Doug. Yay! Jay Kirshner.
The longest-running radio morning magazine is on usapodcasting.com. Subscribe to the Good Day download now at usapodcasting.com or wherever you get your podcasts.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, that midnight hour is upon us, and we've really got a long, long way to go. How will we stay awake? Thanks to Chris, for goodness sake. We got Steve Summers on the radio. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes this Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Well, we all tune in to catch the weather, and whether rain or sleet or even snow, it don't matter if we're in New York or Dallas, we'll catch it all on that Steve Summers Show. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. We got that Hot Shot Secret and the diesel. You know it really makes that Detroit Detroit come to life. We're gonna hear from all our friends. We're gonna do it all again on this overnight drive. Let's start this overnight drive.
Alrighty, without further ado, we are back in business. My apologies. As they often say, due to circumstances beyond our control. Unable to join you last evening. We'll explain coming up here, but first, welcome aboard again. Back in the saddle live. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Coming to you from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Secret Bunker here on a beautiful, clear night, 65 degrees. Still, for the moment, pretty summer-like. Those days are rapidly going to be coming to an end, as they say. But still another, maybe day or two for our area of summer-like conditions. So we'll break it down for you. With our travelers' weather around the country, we do have a lot of activity tonight right in the central portions of the country. Start things out up toward the U.S.-Canadian border. Northern portions of Minnesota, a general run-of-the-mill shower activity. You get into much heavier rain, torrential downpours. From just south of Fargo, North Dakota. Much of the western and central portions of Minnesota, extending on down through western Iowa. Southeast Nebraska, then right into the heart of Kansas. Some of those storms have been producing severe thunderstorm warnings, even at this late hour. Still have severe thunderstorm watches for south central Kansas, north central Oklahoma. As the night progresses, things should calm down as far as severe weather. You're going to see some decent storms pushing through the Wichita area during the next hour or so. But yeah, here as the first full week of October is underway. Way up into the north central states, and yes, the Great Lakes continue to experience the unseasonable warm spell. I mean, mid-80s to lower 90s. Although the peak temperatures of the week have already occurred for most of those areas, we saw that over the weekend into Monday. Still going to be kind of toasty into the day Wednesday for a number of areas. Temperatures running 15 to as much as 35 degrees above average across the nation's heartland by the end of this past weekend. We started the month of October with some record highs in Minneapolis. Record-breaking value was 92 degrees on Sunday. I mean, October 1. Wow. Typically temperatures on that date would be in the middle to upper 60s. Another hot spot across the Midwest was Fargo, North Dakota, where you hit 96 on Sunday. That was a new daily record as well. Typically, you'd be about 65 for highs this time of year. Overnight temperatures were still remaining high across that region. Numerous locations in South Dakota like Aberdeen, Seston, Mobridge, and Pierre all set high overnight temperatures Sunday night into Monday morning. Now, the annual Twin Cities Marathon, slated to take place in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area over the past weekend, actually canceled due to the dangerous heat affecting roughly 8,000 marathon participants, 12,000 runners in the Twin Cities 10-mile race, and thousands of spectators. Throughout the history of that marathon, which dates back like 42 years, it has never before been canceled due to the weather. Meanwhile, meteorologists recommend any folks participating in outdoor activities, taking care of that fall yard work, even seasonal decorating. Stay hydrated, and it's still a time of year. You need that sunscreen when you're out there working outdoors. Now, as we head into midweek, widespread highs in the 80s once again in store today, including Chicago, Detroit, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, St. Louis. That is still well above the average, but a little bit cooler than the start of the week. But we will be awaiting a much more pronounced cooling that's going to spread from west to east. And that's underway Tuesday night into Wednesday morning with those drenching showers and even some locally severe thunderstorms as this strong cold front sweeps in out of Canada. Now, that's associated with the primary feature that extended across the plains overnight tonight, where we're talking a widespread area that earlier had a risk of severe weather. Some of those storms did bring some large hail-damaging winds. We had the risk of some isolated tornadoes as well. Areas closer to the Great Lakes like Milwaukee, you'll still have a relatively nice weather through the evening hours, but later today, by later Wednesday, that's going to be pushing into the Great Lakes. The threat of severe thunderstorms across the Midwest will gradually decline, but you'll see showers and some localized thunderstorms spreading from Minnesota to Illinois and parts of Michigan through the upcoming day. But get ready for it's a pretty dramatic drop in temperatures for the second half of this week. St. Paul, Minnesota, you saw daytime highs in the 90s on Sunday. You're going to be back into the lower 50s for high temperatures by Friday and Saturday. Similar residents in Chicago, you'll see a temperature drop on the order of 20 to 30 degrees between now and the end of the week. Looking ahead a bit further, forecasters say that the atmospheric pattern across the northern plains late this weekend into next week could present another setup that may usher in, again, some warmer conditions. Next warm spell not going to be of the same magnitude of what we saw over the weekend and early this week. But, yeah, for those warm weather lovers, hope you're enjoying the late season warm spell. All right, we'll check some of the other travelers' weather where we could be talking. The headline is, in areas like Dallas, prepare for potentially a life-threatening flooding situation that could unfold along portions of I-20, 30, 35, and 45 in the area near Dallas. And that's going to be associated with the same frontal system we were just talking about. Now, we're looking ahead from late today, late Wednesday, through the overnight hours into Thursday morning. That risk of severe thunderstorms, strong winds, and hail. There's the potential for rainfall rates to exceed an inch per hour, which could easily overwhelm the storm drains, as well as cause dry stream beds to become rushing, raging rivers. Now, right now, where the ground is dry and hard-packed, it can actually behave much like concrete or pavement. After an extensive lack of rain, it's going to take a bit of time for the ground to soften up when that rain begins and become a bit more sponge-like. But we're talking a general 2 to 4 inches of rain from northeast Texas to western Arkansas and eastern Oklahoma from later today into Thursday. Local areas may see as much as 6 inches of rain coming down within just several hours' time. Now, AccuWeather says expects the heaviest rain and the worst travel conditions in the Dallas area coming up Wednesday evening through Wednesday night as these storms build in from the west. For those traveling out there, the drivers, you're moving that freight, be prepared for some major delays as roads may become blocked by high water. Even seemingly shallow areas of water may be subject to a rapid rise that could strand vehicles, life-threatening situation in a matter of a few minutes. All right, even though the heaviest rain may shift to the east of Dallas about daybreak on Thursday, the effects from the torrential rain and the flooding may linger on into that Thursday morning commute. And there is the potential for torrential rain to expand or extend southward toward the Gulf Coast. Yeah, that's going to affect our travel and outdoor activities, maybe even in the Houston area, Thursday into Thursday evening. I mean, it's been an abnormally dry and warm month of September, and of course, we've come off a blistering hot summer in the southern plains. Temperatures more akin to fall are finally forecast to sweep into that region. Now, in the wake of that cold front, with the showers and thunderstorms, when they move on, temperatures will be slashed, 10, 20 degrees, and much lower humidity levels later on this week. So it's going to finally feel cooler. Probably the coolest temperatures you've had since last spring across much of the Lone Star State there. All right. Some of our travelers' weather. All right, who's on board? Hello to James. Looks like we need to find a new Speaker of the House. Yes, indeed, that's one of the big stories, one of the top stories of the past day. We've got the breakdown. Where do we go from here? How does this all unfold? I'm not overly concerned about it, but just drama in D.C., right? Hello, Gilligan. Good morning, Steve. Fellow listeners, glad we're back on the air. Driving on a moonlit night in Natural Bridge, Virginia. We're at 57 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. Dipsy driver, hello, Steve, and of course, the most informed audience. Comfortable, clear 66 here in Stockbridge, mid-Michigan tonight. Rumor has it Kevin the Cat chewed through your internet cable last night. Funny how you'd say that, Dipsy. You're not that far off, believe it or not. Glad you're back on the air anyway. Have a great hump day, and everybody, please stay safe out there. Turns out, believe it or not, technical difficulties can be attributed to a squirrel. And what turns out, it wasn't just my residence. I mean, it was, I get up late in the evening. It's like, grandson woke me up about 8 o'clock. He's all panicking. Can't play games. The TV ain't working. I can't play my... So I come out, reset the routers, those kind of things that you typically do. But then nothing coming up, and I'm like, man, I have to start doing show prep. I can't get on the internet, can't check my email. Nothing was working. And we get a hold of what used to be Cincinnati Bell. It's now, Ultra Fiber, I believe it is. Anyway, turns out when I was sitting out 4 o'clock this past afternoon waiting on the technician, that's the earliest they could get one out. My neighbor, Jim across the street, comes out and he says, yeah, your cable's out too, huh? I said, yeah, it's not just me? He said, yeah, I'm out. Kathy's out. And my neighbor's on the other side. When the truck pulls in, I have another neighbor, Jim. He comes walking out thinking to tell the technician, hey, it's my address, not his. It's over here. It's like, we were all out. It was actually a squirrel that had chewed through one of I think they called it a feeder line. And they had been working on it supposedly all day long. The technician said, I saw a guy several blocks away working on the overhead. This might be, let me go chat with him and see what's going on. So when you're talking about this, what is this? These really fine fiber, internet cables, one cable can have hundreds and hundreds of little, fiber cables that they have to splice back together. So, finally got it back up and running. But, thanks to Mr. Squirrel, that's what knocked us out. Hello, Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down. Be safe. 66 degrees in Platkill, New York. I'm going to head over to the app and listen in. Tony, hello. Mill City, Nevada, 55, as we head toward Sioux Falls with my iced down broccoli and celery. Salinas, California. We're still busy. All right, Norman checking in from north central Kansas. Storms tonight, but we've got the Big Tipper loaded, headed for Wichita. Everybody have a great morning. Hello, Pappy. Check. Are we live? Yes, we're live. Are you with me? All right, 65 in southwest Hamilton County, Ohio. Nocturnal listeners, did I hear right? McCarthy got the boot? Indeed, you did. With that said, let's get the party started. We got Miss Millie and Marianne in the house, ain't going nowhere. All right. Bye-bye, Kevin. Don't let the door hit you. McCarthy, that is. Bye-bye, Kevin. Are you with me? Let it roll, hammer down, and be safe. We'll get to some of our other listening friends here. Lots to update you on. I guess 2 days' worth of news to catch up on. The latest on the big three. A cyber attack on a well-known trucking company out there. Estes Express has been hit this week. What's going on there? Yes, the latest on McCarthy. As I said, the House Speaker got the boot this past day. He will not challenge it. He's not going to try to get the position back, but who will it be is the question we all kind of ask now. As always, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, there he is, Lauren Weiss, 2-time world champion bull hauler. Good morning. Got some rain, 62 degrees. And just enough lightning to have the freight haulers on the shoulder with their four-ways flashing. But we've got this powerful chrome-plated cow truck wide open on a rain-slick, empty highway. 67 Peach State steers headed to a luxurious feedlot. Special shout-out to the trucking icon, Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger. Yeah, we know you're out there with the Hotshot Secret in your diesel. All right, happy hump day, Monday, Wednesday, well, whatever day it is. Eskimo Mom, glad to be back in the saddle again, doing a two-stop Cincinnati to start things off tonight. You're trying to enjoy these last days of warmer weather before reality sets in. We're clearing 69 on the Norwood Lateral near Cincinnati. Be safe out there tonight. All right, copy the mail, 5-7. There you go. Robert, or Sparky, I should say, checking in from Hagerstown, Maryland. 62 degrees. Shout out to all the overnight crew headed to Raphine, Virginia for the Greensboro meet. Everybody be safe out there. Hello to Greg. Greetings from San Diego. Have a warm wave moving in this weekend. We're talking 80s along the coast. It's actually been kind of cool out there this week, hasn't it? The heat's all been in the central states. We saw a big cool-off out west, though. Let's see. Wild Man checking in. Good evening. Hope all's well with you guys. Baldwin, Colorado, right? Wild Man. And a couple of others. All you drivers, be safe out there. From Chris, thank you very much. There's Miss Melly. Good morning, Steve. 66 in my area of the Bluegrass tonight. Be safe and, as always, be blessed. Hello, Kentucky Ken. Welcome back. Sure did miss you and everybody last night. We're in Gretna, Nebraska. Yeah, had some thunderstorms through the evening. Yeah, we're on our break, and we'll be rolling into Omaha about 0400 hours. Safe travels to all. Kentucky Ken is listening in. All right, let's see. Timothy, good morning. 62 outside Rocky Mount, Virginia tonight. Hello, Horse Feathers. Hey, Mike. Oh, what day is it? What day is it? Of course, 12, of course. All right. Everybody knows it's 10-4 day, right? I hadn't even thought of that. Yeah, 10-4, good buddy. October the 4th. Indeed. 10-4 day. All right, we'll get to the calls coming up here at 844-844-3388. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. 75,000 Kaiser Permanente workers nationwide are in negotiations to prevent a 3-day strike. If an agreement isn't reached by tonight, the healthcare workers will stage the largest strike in U.S. healthcare history later this week. The man who orchestrated the ousting of Kevin McCarthy as House Speaker is already listing a possible successor.
I would give him the deference to be able to decide whether or not he'd like to put himself forward as a candidate, but he'd be the type of person that I could see myself supporting.
Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz said he thought Steve Scalise of Louisiana would make a great speaker. Gaetz cautioned that he believes picking a new speaker is a while away. And just a reminder, the National Emergency Alert Test is set for tomorrow, Wednesday. This is according to FEMA. Every TV, radio, and cell phone will be interrupted with an emergency message right around 2:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, hello to Marianne. Sounds like Marianne's having a difficult time finding us. Can't find your show, Steve. Where are you? I sent her the link. OvernightDriveRadio.com. Just click on the link there, Marianne. Of course, if she can't hear me, I sent her the message, personal message. Hello, Debbie. Good morning, Steve. A nice 60 here in the Hoosier tonight, as we're headed up to 87 today. Today is Woodpecker's birthday. How about that? I'd like to wish him a happy day. Hoping everybody stays safe out there, especially my special driver. Have a happy hump day and a wonderful Wednesday. All right, happy birthday, Woodpecker. Another year in the books. And they seem to go by faster with each passing year, don't they? Yes, they do. All right, we'll get to the trickle-down effects of the UAW strike. And, of course, hearing in the news break there, the massive healthcare worker strike. We're talking, over 75,000 workers poised to go on strike at 6 o'clock a.m. this morning. What might the impacts be? I'm not real familiar with this group. They're talking about the Kaiser Permanente. Nonetheless, we'll give you more on that. First, let me get to Jolly Green Giant. Gets things kicked off.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out of there. Jolly Green was having a bad night last night, the same as you. I had a gator and it snatched a couple airlines underneath my trailer, so I was dead in the water until a mechanic got to me, and I had to turn around and take it back to our Indy terminal. The load didn't make it to St. Louis until later that morning. So... And then last week, my wife was in the hospital. Her sugar was way, way too high. And her and I, we've talked about it. And she's retiring right now. So she's heading over to Kroger's first thing, maybe in the next day or so, and it's going to turn in her retirement papers, and that's it. She's done.
Wow.
So... Jolly Green's going to continue on for another couple of years until 2026, and then he's going to retire. So, but I told my wife that stop fighting it. It's just she's having too many health issues, and the stress is too high. And I told her, I said, why don't you just retire? Heck with it. So, but otherwise everything's okay. I'm having a good night tonight. We're definitely going to Effingham tonight. So. Just want to say hi to all the cartoon characters out there, 5-7 and Captain Ron and Dan and Larry and Gilligan. And in fact, Gilligan's said that GMA Enterprises is running a sale on paint jobs on card for $19.95.
Oh, boy.
And said that, but for an all-time, for $59.95, they'll tape up all the windows and all the chrome for you. And they'll give you a better paint job if they do that. So he was telling me that last night there. So he's got a new promotion that he's trying to promote. So I just want everybody to know that if you need a paint job here, call Gilligan there at GMA Enterprises, and he's got that paint job there for you. So that's really about it tonight. I'm glad you're back on the air tonight. So just want to say hi to Hort Feathers. I haven't heard from him in a while. So either way, everybody have a good night. Be safe tonight, okay? Jolly Green is 10-10 on the side.
All right. Well, I hope the wife actually enjoys some retirement, right? You work your entire life, and we talked about over the weekend. We said farewell to Gary, aka Moon, who had 30+ years in at Rumpke, and he had saved and saved and saved, and several had been telling him for the last few years, why don't you just why you keep pushing, coming into work? Why don't you just retire, man? You've got plenty to do that, and just you never know, just boom, lights went out. He passed away, just dropped dead, and I guess it's now on to the family members to spend all that he had saved for and never really got a chance to enjoy it. All right, Eskimo Mom chimed in that Pup is off tonight thanks to the cyber attack on Estes. The company cannot use their computers. The phones are down. It is a total mess on the corporate end, from what Pup told me earlier. He actually had a sick pup yesterday, and with everything else going on, he went to bed early. So, let's give you the details. What we have, Estes Express this past Tuesday, confirming they have indeed been the target of a cyber attack. The Richmond, Virginia-based LTL carrier didn't share details about the attack or what areas of the company have been impacted. Now, they posted a statement on X this past morning saying our terminals and drivers are effectively picking up and delivering freight while we work through this event. We're working as quickly as possible to resolve this issue and return to business as usual. Now, Monday, they had posted a notice announcing they'd suffered an outage that impacted the technology, the IT infrastructure. They didn't specify the cause until Tuesday morning. Indeed, cyber attack. Phone calls made by FreightWaves to the headquarters in Richmond answered with a recorded message that the call could not be completed as dialed. Phone calls made to 2 depots returned the same message. Multiple attempts from different individuals at FreightWaves to access the company's website, resulting in a message the site could not be reached. According to the Tuesday morning email sent out by a Deutsche Bank Transportation Research Team, privately owned Estes annual revenue is roughly $4 billion. It's the 5th largest LTL carrier in the country. Now, depending on the length of the outage, this is a notable disruption to an already disrupted LTL market. This could have implications for other LTL carriers as they disclose October volume numbers later this month. It's too early to tell what impact this may have, according to the note from Deutsche Bank. At approximately 10:15 this past morning, there was no obvious reaction to this news in the stock price of other LTL carriers. Old Dominion and ArcBest were actually down slightly. Saia was up a little more than 1%. Forward Air, which had its own significant cyber attack back in 2020, was mostly unchanged. So I don't know. It's like cyber attacks more and more these days. Not specifying, is this one of those ransomware attack kind of things where the hackers want a payday? They want some Bitcoin or some cryptocurrency to put the files back online. Not sure. They have not specified that at this point in time. All right, let's see. Latest on the big three. We've been expecting as this continues, with each passing day, the trickle-down effect, the ripple effects begin to affect more and more workers downstream. Detroit's big three furloughing or laying off thousands of non-union employees amid this bitter standoff with the UAW. Ford on Monday furloughed 330 workers in Chicago and Lima, Ohio, adding to the 600 workers that they laid off last month at an assembly plant in Wayne, Michigan. General Motors, which this past day reported a 21% increase in sales for their third quarter earnings, has laid off more than 2,100 workers across 4 states to date. Stellantis, a parent company of Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, has idled nearly 370 workers, according to Reuters, including 68 in Perrysburg, Ohio. Now we know the background. The strike, which expanded here on the 29th, now we're 3 weeks into this. The latest target was GM's Lansing Delta Township Assembly Plant, Delta, Michigan, where they manufacture the Chevy Traverse and Buick Enclave. Ford workers at the Chicago plant make the Explorer and Lincoln Aviator. Automakers say the furloughs and layoffs are the result of the UAW strike. Again, now in its 3rd week. A quote from, it's unfortunate the UAW's decision to call the strike at GM Lansing Delta Township Assembly continues to have negative ripple effects. That was the statement GM to CBS News, confirming the furloughs. The impacted team members are not expected to return until this strike has been resolved. Since we're working under an expired labor agreement, there are no provisions for company-provided sub-pay in this particular circumstance. Now, they also said a lengthy strike will lead to more layoffs of people who work at the auto parts suppliers. We understand to date there's about 2,400 supplier employees that have been laid off. Liz Dorr is Ford's chief supply chain officer, stating last week that if this strike is prolonged, there could be anywhere between 325,000 to 500,000 employees that could be laid off. Of course, the UAW criticizing the automakers' move to lay people off. Sean Fain saying that the big three are using these layoffs as a tactic to put the squeeze on our members to settle for less. There's your UAW update. All right, it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. detergents. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I get to some of the industry headlines coming up here. Other industry headlines. As we get the new day started. What's happening with Hillbilly this week?
Good morning, Steve. I just hollered my Coca-Cola. I just kind of figured somebody forgot to pay the internet bill.
I wish it was that simple, right?
Right. You know squirrels taste real good, right?
I've never tried squirrel. I know there are those that say it's, it's rather unique, but it does not taste like chicken.
Nope. Squirrel stew, fried squirrel. I've had a lot of it. But probably where you at, you might get in trouble if you shoot a squirrel.
All right.
They probably, oh, you just killed Fuzzy Tail.
Yeah.
Well, he just ruined my night. But, oh yeah. Mike, what day is it? 10-4?
There you go.
All right, Steve, I'm fixing pulling the plan here. I better go.
Oh, thank you for checking in. Hillbilly, good to hear from you. Be safe out there. Have a good morning. All right, where else? Hello, Brother Rambler. Good morning, good evening, wherever you might be. Old Brother Rambler checking in with you from the little town of Bruton, Alabama. We're at 64 degrees. I'm in agreement with Todd Wheeler on his Facebook post about what's going on in this nation. It is a crazy clown show in D.C. right now. All I can say is my faith is in Jesus, and he'll be coming back real soon. Yeah, sounds like you had a Cincinnati squirrel revival in your neighborhood. Glad you're back online. I'll try to call in later. Till then, God's children, stay safe out there, behave, and know that old Brother Rambler loves you. And the congregation at Determined Ministries Church. I love y'all. All right. The whole McCarthy thing. All right. Where do we stand? Matt Gaetz said the former House Speaker broke the promises he made with conservative members to gain their support earlier this year, defending his successful motion to vacate the Speaker of the House. McCarthy is out, and he kind of outlined the steps going forward. The final vote was 216 to 210 to remove McCarthy. 8 Republicans joined all the Democrats. Now, Gaetz admitted, I never thought we'd be at this moment. It's because in February and March, we really saw Speaker McCarthy adhere to the agreement he had made with House conservatives. the deal between McCarthy and these conservatives, of which Gaetz was a leader, after, as you'll recall, 14 unsuccessful attempts by McCarthy to get enough Republican votes to be appointed Speaker. Some of the deals were pledges to make it harder to raise taxes, mandate new spending be paid for, open special panels to probe the Biden administration, and the power to share with Freedom Caucus members. Now, Gaetz says McCarthy eventually did not live up to those promises. He broke so many of those promises that he made in January. We started to see House representatives reverting back to its old corrupt, old muscle memory of just omnibus spending bills, continuing resolutions, more of the same old, same old. The last straw for him before bringing up the motion to vacate was the agreement between the Biden administration and McCarthy to put forth new aid for Ukraine despite Republican opposition. Now, the former speaker has consistently denied that any sort of deal was ever discussed, but Biden pretty much came out and said that. We made a deal with McCarthy. He made that statement when he was signing this continuing resolution the other day. Well, now that McCarthy's removed from his role, and he's not going to seek the role again, Gaetz wants the lower chamber to start finding a replacement as soon as possible. He said preferably by tomorrow, a.k.a. today. He criticized Representative Patrick McHenry of North Carolina, the acting speaker pro tempore, for adjourning the House until late next week. But instead, these people got to go home and cry for a week. They've got to go do a week of hand-wringing and bedwetting over the fact that Kevin McCarthy is not Speaker anymore. This institution is about more than one man, according to Matt Gaetz. All right, so where do we go from here? That's the question some want to know. I was chatting with my mom earlier. She said, what are they doing up there? What are they doing up there? Now, who's going to get Speaker? Is a Democrat going to be? I said, no. Don't worry about it. The Democrats are not going to get control of the House. They're not going to appoint a Democrat House Speaker. There's no obvious successor to lead the House majority at the moment. Okay. Immediately after the vote this past day, McHenry, who was a close McCarthy ally, was named temporary speaker, or speaker pro tempore, as they call it. The North Carolina Republican was picked from a list that the speakers required to keep of members who could serve in his position in the event that the chair would be vacated, if something were to, physically happen to McCarthy or whatever. McCarthy turned over that private list to the House clerk back in January when he was first elected Speaker. And while McHenry can serve in the temporary role indefinitely, he does not have the full power of a duly elected Speaker, but only those that are deemed necessary and appropriate for the purpose of electing someone to the job, according to the rules governing the House. So he will be unable to bring legislation to the floor or take it off. He also does not have the power to issue subpoenas or sign off on any other official House business that would require the approval of the Speaker. So the first order of business for McHenry would be to elect a new Speaker. As of now, it's not clear who House Republicans will nominate for that position. Some left the chamber this past day determined to renominate McCarthy and vote for him for Speaker until it passes. But now that he's out of the running, McCarthy says he will not run. the path is clear for any Republican to jump in. Now, some members, including Matt Gaetz, have been broaching potential consensus candidates like Majority Leader Steve Scalise or Whip Tom Emmer, who they say is bringing the conference together. Other names up for discussion, Kevin Hern, chair of the Republican Study Committee, Representative Jim Jordan, chair of the House Judiciary Committee, and a favorite of the right flank of the party. I think that would be a good pick in my eyes. Once Republicans decide who to nominate, the House would have to vote as many times as it takes for a candidate to receive the majority of those present and voting for the Speaker. It can quickly become an arduous exercise, just like we witnessed back in January, an unprecedented 15 rounds of voting.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. He's Speaker of the House no more.
Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy has been ousted.
The yeas are 216. The nays are 210. The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
The motion to remove him, initiated by Representative Matt Gaetz, gained support from a few Republicans and Democrats. After the vote, Gaetz said Louisiana Representative Steve Scalise would be a good replacement.
I would give him the deference to be able to decide whether or not he'd like to put himself forward as a candidate, but he'd be the type of person that I could see myself supporting.
This marks the first time in U.S. history a speaker has been voted out. I'm John Schaefer.
A recent study reveals that the U.S. economy suffered nearly a $4 billion blow due to the United Auto Workers strike. The losses encompass reduced worker wages and production dips at GM, Ford, and Stellantis. The research firm Anderson Economic Group, based in Michigan, also factors in added expenses for suppliers, dealers, and consumers. Thousands of healthcare workers are prepped to strike tomorrow if negotiations don't improve with Kaiser Permanente. As Lucinda Kay explains, the workers say they're protesting unfair labor practices and unsafe staffing levels.
Union members tell us their team will bargain with Kaiser executives throughout the day. They say they're ready to solve the staffing crisis, but say Kaiser needs to bargain in good faith. This would affect 75,000 healthcare workers across the country in every single department. If they don't reach an agreement, they'll go on strike this Wednesday, 6 a.m.
Former President Trump has confirmed that he will testify in his civil fraud trial in New York. The New York Attorney General alleges that Trump and his family exaggerated Trump's net worth, enabling him to secure more favorable loans. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Jury selection in the fraud trial of the former crypto king started today in Manhattan Federal Court. FTX co-founder and one-time crypto billionaire Sam Bankman-Fried faces multiple charges of money laundering and fraud. If found guilty, the 31-year-old faces over 100 years in federal court. The FCC is issuing its first ever fine for space debris. The agency announced it's reached a settlement with Dish Network Monday over the company failing to properly dispose of a broadcast communications satellite. Dish agreed to pay a $150,000 fine. This holiday season, Mariah Carey is hitting the road for her Merry Christmas One and All tour.
Starting on November 15th, the tour will visit 13 cities. Carey's All I Want for Christmas Is You holds the record as the best-selling holiday song by a female artist. Tickets for the Christmas tour will be available starting Friday. I'm John Schaefer.
Amazon is cracking down on employee badge swipes into office buildings. An internal memo obtained by the Puget Sound Business Journal, the company notified employees that it can now produce employee-level badge reports. The company is closely monitoring employee movement to see who complies with the mandatory 3 days in office policy. That's the very latest. I'm Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, thank you much. Welcome back. Round number 2. As we turn the page on the calendar, what are we moving into the 4th day of October, 10-4. You're thinking about that all night now. 10-4, 10-4. Thank you, Knucklebuster. Just forwarded a couple of stories to me.
The irony. Big Sexy sent me this a little bit ago as well. You're on the same page. Jonesboro, Arkansas. Nasty pileup. 15 vehicles involved, 2 fatalities. Tuesday afternoon. Apparently, a field fire was responsible. Jeremy Jordan, one of the many drivers during the time of the crash, said the area was full of smoke. And driving through the area worried him. I knew something bad was going to happen, he says, after driving through the area of Highway 67 and 226. You couldn't see anything in front of you. It was worse than fog, he says. The thick smoke from the burning fields blocking his field of vision. He told K8 News he couldn't see anything as he attempted to drive through. Couldn't see the hood of your truck, he says. Driving on an interstate at that speed, and you had to slow down real quick. It got to the point that if you slowed down real quick, you wouldn't have time to react. When all was said and done, he said he's thankful, as it could have been much worse for him. He said, I'm feeling pretty blessed to see my kids this afternoon. Prayers to the families that were destroyed, though. Arkansas State Police say 11 cars and 4 semis ultimately were involved in the crash. Now, it does say Arkansas State Police said the law requires anyone burning fields that may have smoke to obstruct roadways are to have flaggers and signs to warn motorists. So it's obviously an ongoing scenario, unclear of who behind the fire. If they took any of those precautions, I'm presuming the answer would be no, but... All right, let's see. CDL Life had the story as well. It's looks like pretty much the same info. 15 vehicles, 4 commercial vehicles, 11 passenger vehicles. And simply saying at least 2 fatalities. Obviously, through, I guess, much of the day, northbound 67 was closed there in Arkansas. And, I mean, I'm looking at some of the photographs from the DOT and just looks like miles of backup that occurred this past day. Wow. But yes, prayers to those involved. Sad. Morning, Sundance Kid.
Hey, welcome back, Mr. Summers.
Did you miss me?
Yeah, man, you don't even know. But, yeah, I was like, man, I'm back at the truck show again. Oh, speaking of, when you do a replay, how come it's like 6 months behind? Is that not to confuse us that we're live, or can you not replay the other show that we just did?
Oh, I guess
again, right?
They could have played the Friday show or the Monday show. I don't know. I guess. Yeah, were you listening on? Was it on the Facebook or the app? I'm not sure who ran what.
I'm on the app.
App.
I'm on the app.
Okay. Yeah, I guess.
The overnight drive app.
I mean, I had to call Josh, and Josh was on the road. It was after 10 o'clock already. Didn't get. And he said he would put something together to run a replay. I guess he just picked what they want to run. So.
I got you. Well, see, when this show goes off right here, the guys, when it comes back on right away on the app, it's from a show from Christmas time.
It could, yeah. I noticed that. I don't know if they're randomly selected, just old shows that run else time through the day. But
I got you.
Yeah, I got you. I don't even know. Did they ever rerun the previous night show later in the day? Or
no, I don't go that far. I just when it comes back on and I'm starting to listen and it's back from Christmas. We're talking about Christmas stuff
right?
last year.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
I just wonder why we couldn't give something a little bit more. But anyway, this is my thought. But anyway, well, let's see. When I'm driving down the highway and I can't see the highway no more, I think I'm going to try to stop.
Yeah.
And if it's really bad, I think I might even try to turn my truck a little sideways or block up the whole highway before we get to that point, so that maybe everybody will start stopping before we drive into the fog and the smoke and kill a bunch of people and a bunch of stuff going on. I don't know. I mean, or ice, or get on the CB. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just some thoughts out there. Then, do you have to be in the House of Representatives to be nominated for Speaker of the House?
My understanding, I don't believe you. I mean, are you hearing that Summers suggesting Trump to be Speaker of the House?
Well, that is what my nomination was going to be. That's why I called in. I think it would be beautiful. I think that's what the American people want. I think that's what they need. And, you know, we see how Pelosi could run things when she was Speaker. I'd love to see Trump be Speaker of the House. And I think, you know, and I'm not being funny, I'm being serious. So we can go ahead and have this going forward for the next year. And then, I mean, Trump would make, I mean, he pulls the party together like nobody else.
Who, Trump?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying the Democrat Party. He pulls the Republican Party together like nobody else.
Yeah, not even the Republican Party. You know, and I know that's not true.
I thought he was. I thought he got them together. I mean, well, he got the Republican people out here together. But yeah, I mean. Well, speaking of 10-4 day, and this is we're going to have the emergency broadcast system thing going on today.
Yep.
At 2:20 in the afternoon, and I'm going to let everybody know. And when they first announced this a week or two ago, they said it was going to be a 30-minute test.
Yeah, now
have you heard that?
Yeah, because I was sharing that, and I think now they're saying it's going to be like a 1 minute or something.
Okay, well, here's the thing. It's still going to be a 30-minute test, and I was like, that's going to be so annoying that we're going to. I mean, but here's the thing. All right, so it's going to be audible for 1 minute, but they are going to continue to send the frequency through the phones for 29 more minutes on silent. Now, here's the thing. We are made up, the human body is about 90%, 95% water. And when you throw that frequency, you know, when you throw an electric frequency through or sound frequency through water, what it does to the water, it makes the ripple thing go on, right? It moves the water around. So if you have your phone, get away from it. There's going to be so much reaction to your body from this emergency broadcast system thing that it may, and they said because if you got the COVID vaccine, it may even trip you into some psychosis and we might have zombies running around here because I'm telling you, this is how evil this government is, and the rest of the people in the world that run the whole thing. They're fixing to fry a bunch of people's brains, and just be careful tomorrow when this happens, because it may trigger some people, and we might have Armageddon.
Oh boy,
I don't know what's going to happen.
We're going to trigger the zombie apocalypse on 10-4 day. Okay, I hadn't heard anything about that, but yeah, I mean that's some of these 5G network conspiracy theory things. Yeah, a lot of weird stuff floating around on the internet about that, but. All right, who can run for the speakership? Under the U.S. Constitution, the House Speaker does not have to be a member of Congress. That's the reason some Republicans have floated former President Donald Trump for the job. Even though he's running for president,
He has said, I think repeatedly, he does not want the job. He does not want to be Speaker. All right, we mentioned some of the other. Until a Speaker is installed, it's not likely any further action will be taken on the bills to fund the government. We're now facing a November 17 deadline, right? They just kicked the can for 90 days, or face again a partial government shutdown. Lawmakers, Republicans say they'll need at least a week to choose a new speaker. That's going to begin eating into the time necessary to pass the needed legislation. Battles over those bills and anger over McCarthy's failure to win deep spending cuts, which was sought by the hard-right conservatives, is what actually sparked the move to unseat him. I mean, they call them extreme or hard right or MAGA Republicans. But what it is there are individuals in D.C. That say we have to stop this just blank check spending, deficit spending. McCarthy had agreed that he would support, if we're going to propose additional spending on whatever it's going to be, we have to have the funding to come from somewhere. It can't be new. If you're going to spend this, you're going to cut somewhere else. And there's plenty of bureaucracy in D.C. that could be cut. There's a lot of spending that is needless, wasteful spending. So, all right, the House is 221 Republicans, 212 Democrats, huddled privately to figure out the next step, both political and legislative. Now, each party is expected to try to settle on a candidate. Fairly easy for Democrats as they are solidly behind. They're going to be putting Hakeem Jeffries forward once again, the minority leader. He was running for Speaker back in January against McCarthy and several other candidates. Now, Republicans, because of their obvious divisions, especially amongst those hardline conservatives that want spending cuts, deep spending cuts in Washington, may have a harder time settling on a candidate. McHenry could have an advantage now that he is the acting speaker. We don't even really know at this point if he actually wants the job or not. The House finds itself in what they say is a pretty much unprecedented moment. It is not clear how quickly an election will be held in the full House. Normally, the elections for Speaker are scheduled at the start of the new Congress every 2 years. Everything's going to be kind of disheveled. Surprise, surprise in D.C. Anyway, the leaders of both parties will have to decide when they're ready to enter into the process of electing a speaker. January was just a sloppy mess as McCarthy for days couldn't get the votes. 15 ballots all said and done. It could be at least as chaotic this time around for the Republicans, unless they conclude that that sort of chaos would create a public backlash that might doom their election prospects in 2024 if they do not unite. They got to come together. And the whole prospect of, we all know Trump does not unite the Republican Party across. There's plenty of Trump backstabbers and Trump haters in the Republican Party. It's the status quo establishment Republicans, the rhinos. All right, it's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, I'm going to be rolling through Colorado today. A heads up. It's getting to be that time of year again. The change of the season. We've already seen some higher elevation snow. It won't be long before we're going to be dealing with chain laws, road closures. Colorado State Patrol announced 2 I-70 enforcement operations to ensure that commercial motor vehicle drivers are following the chain laws. Troopers will be conducting commercial vehicle chain check operations today, Wednesday, October the 4th, and another operation coming up Friday the 13th, Friday, October 13, along eastbound I-70, exit 133 in Dotsero. Troopers conducting the operation primarily focus on enforcing Colorado's chain law, educating truck drivers about the dangers of Glenwood Canyon with variable speed limits in the right lane, travel restrictions. Commercial vehicle chain laws, as well as passenger vehicle traction laws, can be implemented any time on I-70, and drivers need to be prepared. According to Sergeant Troy Kessler, the Colorado DOT requires commercial vehicle drivers, gross vehicle weight of 16,001 pounds or more, traveling on I-70 between those mile markers 133 and 259 to carry sufficient chains from September 1 through May 31 each year. The price, it'll cost you the fine for not carrying chains between those posts, September 1 to May 31, is $50 plus a $17 surcharge. Now, if you don't have chains when the chain law is in effect, it's $500 plus a $79 surcharge. If you ultimately find yourself blocking the highway as a result of not chaining up, that'll set you back $1,157. $1,000 fine, $157 surcharge, according to the Colorado DOT. Yeah, the time seasons are changing, right? All right. Hey, Mike. What's going on, Horse Feathers?
Yeah, you and Hillbilly already took care of all of it, so 10-4 copy?
10-4 day. 10-4. I didn't realize that.
Yeah. We didn't want to let that one go by there. You know, there's a couple of them that come out here. So
I'm familiar with the whole
anyway.
May the 4th thing every year. The May the 4th be with you. I didn't realize October 4 was known as 10-4 day.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've done this for a long time. We've celebrated 10-4 day out here. That's this. I don't know. You must be a slip of maybe he had a skull buster or something on that day. I forgot about it. But anyways, no, it's glad to have you back there, and glad you didn't have to wake me up in the middle of the night to tell me you weren't going to be on the air. And so I appreciated the phone call, and glad I could assist in letting everybody know. So
correct, because I used to have Facebook on my phone, and something happened where somebody tried to hack it, and I had to ultimately delete. So I mean, when my internet was down, I didn't have any way to even get on and try to post anything to let people know we were having technical difficulties. I think you and Pappy were the only two I was able to get a hold of to let people know. So thank you.
Yep. No, not a problem. And it did seem like there was some response to it. So hopefully the word spread far and wide. And I would assume that people kind of figured it out. But yeah, Sundance Kid's right there, because there's a lot of times there that seems like the next show that comes on there at the 5 a.m. time here on the East Coast is the one where Lone Ranger is working on buying his house out there in Arizona. And he's talking about the real estate deal where they got snookered because it was apparently was a friend to hit. You know, the realtors was that a friend.
So we're talking a show that maybe, a year and a half, 2 years ago, that kind of thing. All right, I heard that magical sound, which means we lost our connection there. Yeah, we'll get things hooked back up here. And hopefully everybody jumps right back on board. All right, so we'll take it to the news break and come back and pick up with Horse Feathers there. Who we got? Eagle will be checking in 5-7 online. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Other industry headlines we'll get to here. And I haven't touched on the big healthcare strike, which that is, I guess, 4.5 hours away from kicking off. 6 o'clock a.m. this morning. Tens of thousands of healthcare workers may be going on strike. More to come.
USA News Update. 75,000 Kaiser Permanente workers nationwide are in negotiations to prevent a 3-day strike. If an agreement isn't reached by tonight, the healthcare workers will stage the largest strike in U.S. healthcare history later this week. The man who orchestrated the ousting of Kevin McCarthy as House Speaker is already listing a possible successor.
I would give him the deference to be able to decide whether or not he'd like to put himself forward as a candidate, but he'd be the type of person that I could see myself supporting.
Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz said he thought Steve Scalise of Louisiana would make a great speaker. Gaetz cautioned that he believes picking a new speaker is a while away. And just a reminder, the National Emergency Alert Test is set for tomorrow, Wednesday. This is according to FEMA. Every TV, radio, and cell phone will be interrupted with an emergency message right around 2:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, that's almost comical. I hadn't seen that. Another story Knucklebuster threw my way a few minutes ago. Apparently, former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was evicted from her private Capitol office by the new Speaker Pro Tem, Patrick McHenry, giving the order to Pelosi to vacate her Capitol hideaway by today, Wednesday. Okay, McHenry, of course, a close ally to Kevin McCarthy, who was ousted yesterday. This eviction order, apparently one of the first acts as the top House lawmaker now. Pelosi, of course, was notified of the eviction in an email, apparently. The email said the former Speaker's hideaway was being reassigned for Speaker office use. Please vacate the space tomorrow. The room will be rekeyed. So Pelosi moved out of her hideaway, I guess, this past day. Got some help from the staff of Hakeem Jeffries, according to a spokesperson for the former Speaker. Capitol hideaways, what are they? A mainstay in the Senate, but are a luxury only afforded to a select few House members. With all the important decisions that the new Republican leadership are going to have to address, which are all eagerly awaiting, one of the first actions taken by the new Speaker Pro Tempore was to order me to immediately vacate my office in the Capitol, says Pelosi. Sadly, because I'm in California to mourn the loss of and pay tribute to my dear friend Dianne Feinstein, I'm unable to retrieve my belongings at this time, she says. This eviction is a sharp departure from tradition, she says. As Speaker, I gave former Speaker Dennis Hastert a significantly larger suite of offices for as long as he wished. Now, she says the space doesn't matter to her, but it seems to be important to them. Now that the new Republican leadership has settled this matter, let's hope they get back to work on what's truly important for the American people, she says. All right, 8 Republicans joined all the Democrats, of course, this past day, ousting McCarthy, but that's funny. All right, are you with me?
Yeah. Yeah, what happened? We pulled the plug on me or what?
The phones just decided they wanted to be reset.
Yeah, there's squirrels in the phone line now instead of the internet line.
Look out.
It may be. Yeah. So I guess, with McCarthy there, I guess he didn't uphold what he promised everybody he was going to do there when they finally after
15 votes,
16 votes that he promised so maybe I don't know, maybe we can cut some of the spending to the Ukraine. How about that? Would that be a good place to start? Cut some spending there. Is all the Ukraine money that
that's gonna
be pouring down?
That is going to be a big part of who becomes the next speaker. I mean, that's going to be a critical part of it. There are many Republicans that say we've spent enough already, that we can't keep writing blank checks, and others that want to continue supporting. That could make a big difference.
Yeah. So was Steve Scalise, was he one of the ones that was the holdout back there with the beginning of this House period here? Or I believe, if I remember right, he was one of the holdouts, wasn't he?
I can't recall for certain, but I mean, it was. We know like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Getz and. Yeah, I think. Yeah. Well, I guess the same 8 that voted with the Democrats yesterday.
And the representative we have here in Maryland, our lone Republican representative, he was one of the holdouts there. I can't think of his name right now. I'll think of it just as soon as we hang up. I'll be able to tell you, but you won't be there anyway. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of goes on with that. But I'm glad that they kind of stuck to their guns and actually did decide to oust them to show that, we aren't just going to go along with just whatever you feel like doing for us, that, which wasn't very much apparently. So anyway, I don't know, not a whole lot going on here. So here, do you know the real significance of the 10-4 day? Do you know what that means, that when 10-4 day rolls around?
I can't say that I do. No.
That means Horse Feathers another year older, because Horse Feathers had a birthday the day before. So a few people on Facebook caught on to that.
So yesterday was your birthday. Well, you didn't mention that.
Yeah, no, I didn't. Well, you weren't on the air. How could I mention it? You were squirreled out. So now we got a new term for Steve. He gets squirreled out instead of stroked out. But now, so anyways, 3rd of October there, that happens for me every year. So anyways, thank you to everybody that was a Facebook follower, poster, whatever, that wished me a happy birthday. I appreciate that. So anyways, I guess we just do it on and again and again. And what, you got a couple weeks here. You and the princess there got something going to happen, don't you?
I got a 15th, and hers is on the 18th.
There you go. And we ain't going to mention how old she is, right? Yeah.
Hey, I'll be 59, and she's got me by a year or two.
Yeah.
Look out.
She's what? She's 39 and holding there?
Yes.
39. Yeah. So all right. With all that nonsense there, I guess you can go out and do your due diligence, Your Honor. You're on the air.
Let's find an intelligent color. He did mention the Ukraine funding. Yeah, with McCarthy's ouster, this could indeed signal a shift in the aid to Ukraine. some of his possible successors strongly in favor of continued assistance. Others are staunchly opposed. Now, this vote to oust McCarthy just 3 days after he led the House to pass that stopgap spending bill preventing a government shutdown that did not include new money for Ukraine, but a Ukraine report card by Defending Democracy Together, Republicans for Ukraine. Now, there's a campaign that have rated the leading candidates on the strength of their support for past Ukraine aid. Opponents of the aid view it as an excessive spending and a misplaced U.S. policy priority. All right, the ratings range from A to F, signifying support or opposition to prior bills. Could indicate how likely each of them would be to bring Ukraine aid to a vote if they become the next speaker. Representative Tom Emmer, the House Republican whip, got the highest rating, an A. Steve Scalise, actually the number 2 House Republican, has long been favored to take over as Speaker after McCarthy, and he actually received a B. And Getz actually yesterday said he would support Scalise. All right, the White House said this past day they're confident that we will ultimately continue to provide assistance to Ukraine no matter who steps in to replace McCarthy. McCarthy actually had a B- grade, but he denied the accusations that he had kind of cut this secret deal with Biden to allow the House to vote on Ukraine aid. I guess he didn't get to bring that up because, boom, they came back in and he was removed from the speakership. So, all right, Joe Biden had asked Congress in July to approve another $24 billion for Ukraine. All right, that would, he hoped that would become law as part of a spending bill. So they got the continuing resolution. Obviously, they're going to look to get that billions into whatever comes up between now and November the 17th. We'll see where it goes. All right, see what's going on with Eagle here on a Wednesday. Hey, Mike. Morning, Eagle.
Okay, yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you. What's happening?
Okay, yeah, I was having problems with my phone today. I got a couple of things I want to talk about tonight, Steve. First, before I get to the Speaker of the House situation, I want to say something about Donald Trump right quick. Well, first, before I say that, what I'm gonna say, did you see the look on the judge's face yesterday? When Donald Trump was in the courtroom, the smile that judge had, I've never seen a judge laughing and giggling like that in a courtroom. And for this Letitia James, the black, what the hell, prosecutor or whatever the hell she is, she's sitting there staring down Donald Trump in the courtroom, and she ran. That's what she ran for in New York, that she was going to take down Donald Trump. Have you noticed the pattern with all these court cases, Steve, of the 4 or 5 deals that's going on with Trump, that all these people seem to have an agenda? All these, with the Jack Smiths,
absolutely,
and the black woman down in Atlanta, Georgia. Have you noticed a coincidence in all these different? You got 4 or 5 different courtrooms, and everybody seems to have the same attitude. You think that's a coincidence? I don't think so. I really don't. But did you hear today, because Donald Trump said some things about Letitia James, the black prosecutor, he said that she was a racist, which she is, and that the judge is a bogus phony, which he is, and they they placed a gag order on Donald.
Yeah.
That if he says anything they don't like, he could be placed in jail for 30 days. Did you hear about that?
I did see that indeed. Yeah, 30 days behind bars if he violates the gag order. They want to silence the man. That's what it's all about. Silence him.
Yeah. Well, that's why that judge. That's why I mentioned the judge having a big smile on his face. I've been in a lot of courtrooms before, Steve. I've been to court, and I've never walked in a courtroom and seen a judge laughing.
Hey, I think they done it again. Okay, we'll that's the phone line thing, but hang in there. Back into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, let's pull it back up here. Yeah, that was not on. It was on our end, Eagle. My apologies.
Oh, okay. I thought it was something wrong. With my telephone. Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you back there. Thanks. Thanks for dialing us back up. Yeah, I was trying to pull that story up again. They're saying, they're saying Trump's got to watch what he says, or he may find himself facing 30 days in jail.
Yeah, that's what the judge said in New York today. Like I said, Donald Trump, he made a lot of comments before he went into the courtroom. You didn't work yesterday on Monday, but Donald Trump said he wanted to see what was going on in the courtroom for itself instead of just letting the lawyers tell him what's going on. So he didn't have to show up for court yesterday, Monday. He went to court today too, but you notice he didn't say anything today when he left the courtroom because of that gag order. So they've got Donald Trump exactly where they want him now. He can't say anything, or he could face 30 days in jail. So they doing exactly what they want to do. But here's something that's very, very. We talked about this about 9 or 10 months ago, Steve, when McCartney, which he wasn't nothing but an imposter, he should have been kicked out because he couldn't make a decision. He didn't know if he was a Democrat or a Republican, so he had to be kicked out because he couldn't make the right decisions on nothing. And like I said, he was lucky to get the job. So I'm happy to see him get the boot right out of the White House because he didn't belong no way. But people, and it's all over the internet right now. Donald Trump has said that he is not interested in that position as Speaker of the House. But like I said, if he did try to get into that position, they'll figure out a way to keep it from getting there. I say that he has pending cases against him in courtrooms around America, and that he can't have the position because he's going to be going to court or this and that. They'll figure a way to screw him out of it. But Sean Hannity said on his show that Donald Trump could be a consideration for that position. So, and a lot of people have a lot of conspiracy things going on, saying that he could go through with the impeachment of Joe Biden, and then he could get rid of Kamala, and then that would make Donald Trump the president. But like I said, I thought a lot of things have to take place for that to happen, and they're gonna throw all kind of roadblocks. You best believe they're not gonna make it easy for Donald Trump. If he does decide to go that way, they won't make it easy on him. You can better believe that. They're not gonna let Donald Trump just step into that position. So they'll figure out a way to screw him out of that, like they're trying to screw him out of his businesses. They're trying to take everything they own from the man. His businesses in New York, take his license away from him to where he can't operate and make money in New York City. So it's really. I've never seen a man get railroaded like that in my life in the history of the U.S. I can't think of any other man that's been railroaded like this. Meanwhile, Joe Biden continues to do his thing. Him and Hunter Biden, apparently he showed up in court today. They say he pleaded not guilty to the charges. That he should have been arrested right then and there, because that's a blatant lie. That one of his things for gun charges. And you can't tell me, Steve. Didn't they just find drugs in the White House a couple of months ago? And that was one of the things that Hunter Biden had to do, was stay away from drugs. Do you really think Hunter Biden is not doing drugs? I don't think so. I guarantee you the man is still doing cocaine. He should have been placed under arrest today when he went into that courtroom and lied under oath, saying that he was not guilty. And he won't be guilty of these charges. They're gonna let him go scot-free. Oh, they'll let Hunter Biden walk the streets, and Joe Biden will continue to send money to Ukraine. You know something, Steve? I talked to somebody the other day about this situation in Ukraine. Since when do you let me ask? I have no problem. Like I told this other person, I have no problem with Biden. If you fighting the war, that's what you need is guns and ammunition, tanks and jeeps and stuff like that. Since when do you need all this damn money to fight a war? When did you need $130, $150, $300 million at a pop to fight a war? This sounds like a man that's completely ripping off the United States, and the money should come to a stop. Like I said before, somebody explain to me why you need so much money to fight a war. And by the way, he's losing the war. With all the money that the U.S. is giving this idiot. And like I told you last week, Steve, now he has the nerve to come to the – it wasn't good enough for Joe Biden to send him the money there. Now he comes special delivery to the United States, right to the White House, to pick up the money. He can't wait for Biden to send it to him. He got to come and pick it up himself. And then after he makes a visit to the United States, he has to pay a visit to Canada and pick up some more money from the Canadian president. This guy's nothing but a crook and a thief as far as I'm concerned, and the money should come to an end. Like I said, like I told you a couple of weeks ago, if he wants to fight a war, let him pay for it his damn self. The way I said to you, if you want to fight a war, pay for it yourself. You shouldn't expect somebody else to pay for it. I say to hell with him and hell with Ukraine as far as I'm concerned. The United States, like I told you before, Steve, and it's been said, it's blatant and it's obvious. Joe Biden is what he's doing is wrong. He needs to be protecting the U.S. border, not Ukraine's border. We've said this so many times. All that damn money he's sending over to Ukraine, he'd be sending that money to the U.S. border to help out the Border Patrol people to keep this drugs and fentanyl and all this other garbage out of the United States. But Joe Biden doesn't see it that way, and it's really a shame. Like I say, he's an imposter, and he should be kicked out of the White House. and get somebody in there that can get the job done, because it's obvious that he ain't getting the job done. Now, let me say one last thing about this situation in Philadelphia that took place last week with these thieves and criminals that were stealing TVs and cell phones and anything they can get their hands on. You know, I read on my phone tonight, Steve, that they placed 72 people under arrest in Philadelphia. These idiots don't realize that they got cameras that can see everything that's going on. They have something now called facial identity, and they can frame by frame go through these videos and look at every one of those losers that was crawling out of that windows with stuff that didn't belong to them, and they can go right to their house and place them under arrest and put them in jail where they belong, because that's exactly where they belong. When you decide to bust in somebody else's property and steal something that doesn't belong to you. So what I say to those people in Philadelphia, all those thieves and criminals, I hope they rot in jail, because that's exactly where they belong. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
Yeah, facial recognition technology, it's not new. It's been around for some time now, but it's widely used in China and being more and more used here in the USA. But all right, with that, we'll close out hour number 2 and back at it after a news break here. Postseason is underway in Major League Baseball. How did things shake out in wild card games?
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. 75,000 Kaiser Permanente workers nationwide are in negotiations to prevent a 3-day strike. If an agreement isn't reached by tonight, the healthcare workers will stage the largest strike in U.S. healthcare history later this week. The man who orchestrated the ousting of Kevin McCarthy as House Speaker is already listing a possible successor.
I would give him the deference to be able to decide whether or not he'd like to put himself forward as a candidate, but he'd be the type of person that I could see myself supporting.
Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz said he thought Steve Scalise of Louisiana would make a great speaker. Gaetz cautioned that he believes picking a new speaker is a while away. Hunter Biden, President Biden's son, has entered a not guilty plea to federal gun charges in Delaware. He's facing 3 felony firearms charges, one of which pertains to unlawful possession as an illegal drug user. These charges came after a previous plea deal which permitted him to enter a diversion program unraveled due to scrutiny from a federal judge. Congress must act promptly to ensure uninterrupted U.S. aid for Ukraine. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby emphasized this, citing the omitted funding in the short-term government bill.
President Biden made clear we cannot under any circumstances allow America's support for Ukraine to be interrupted. Time is not our friend.
He stated that any delay could significantly impact the ongoing conflict with Russia. President Biden anticipated House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to advance a Ukraine aid bill through the chamber, and as you know, McCarthy's been removed as Speaker of the House. A national emergency alert test is set for tomorrow, Wednesday. According to FEMA, every TV, radio, and cell phone will be interrupted with an emergency message at 2:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Officials say the 1-minute test is similar to an Amber Alert or warnings issued by the National Weather Service. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Week 4 of the NFL season wrapped up after the Seattle Seahawks crushed the New York Giants 24-3 in Monday Night Football. The Seahawks improved to 3-1 with the win. Meanwhile, the Giants slipped to 1-3. Former President Trump and his associates, including his 2 sons, were in a Manhattan courtroom for the second day of a civil fraud trial. Trump again blasting prosecutors on his way into the New York courthouse earlier this morning.
This case should be dismissed. This is not a case. And she should probably be dismissed also.
They are accused of inflating property values for better loans and insurance rates. New York AG Letitia James is pursuing a $250 million fine and a ban on Trump's company operating in New York. A new law in a West Texas county is getting praised by pro-life groups, while legal experts have concerns it may be unconstitutional. The Cicerone County law makes it illegal for pregnant women to travel on its roads to seek an abortion. The county sits on the Texas line with New Mexico, which has become a haven for abortion seekers. Crime scene photos and videos from the night rapper Tupac Shakur was murdered are among the evidence shown to a grand jury. The grand jury was also shown interviews with the suspect, 60-year-old Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. Davis was arrested at his home in Henderson, Nevada last Friday and is due in court tomorrow when a trial date may be set. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and a loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Indeed. welcome back as we roll on. Kick it into gear. Got a Wednesday hump day coming on here. Hello to Rick, Columbus, Ohio. You still under the weather, or you got something new? This is going to test and see if he's got the COVID, the Wuhan flu, later today. Hopefully not. How about fall allergies? I know it's a very nasty fall allergy season. I've been dealing with some of that myself. Billy, hello, Billy. Welcome back, Steve. Good morning. Happy Hump Day 59 in Beulahville, North Carolina. Heading up to Garysburg, North Carolina, then back down to Wilmington. Have a great day. And earlier, I know, hello, Anita. Are you doing the night driving tonight? Anita and Double R. Anita checked in. Normally, it's Double R doing the night driving. All right, good to have you on board. It is 844-844-3388. Oh, union talk. It's been one of those years. A lot of different strikes. Kaiser Permanente. Patients may be affected as over 75,000 workers slated to go on strike this morning. Discussions between the coalition of unions and the healthcare provider have been unsuccessful as workers say they're struggling with a staffing crisis that's affecting the quality of patient care already. Workers are asking for across-the-board pay increases, retiree medical plans, and protections against subcontracting and outsourcing. Across the nation, workers are ready to walk off the job for 3 days, starting at 6 a.m. this morning, in what has been described as potentially the largest healthcare worker strike in U.S. history. SEIU, United Healthcare Workers West, announced on September 14 that 98% of their members voted to approve an October 4th through the 6th strike for unfair labor practices. Now, this Kaiser Permanente is the largest nonprofit healthcare provider in the country, reporting profits topping $3 billion in the first 6 months of this year. $3 billion in 6 months? That's a big organization. Healthcare workers and supporters participated in a Labor Day demonstration in Hollywood, you recall, that actually came to a head after 23 healthcare workers were arrested for civil disobedience on September the 4th. Now, with the strike looming, some patients, I guess rightfully, are concerned, wondering how this might impact their personal healthcare services and procedures, including surgeries, doctor visits, emergencies, and medication. A Kaiser executive told KTLA that in Southern California, all hospitals and emergency rooms will remain open during the strike. Pharmacies will also stay open, and Kaiser Permanente officials say they're working to keep their urgent care centers in operation. The healthcare system said they're trying to avoid or minimize any impacts as far as limiting, I guess, doctor appointments. But if there's any changes or cancellations, patients will be notified. For I guess, non-urgent surgeries or procedures, you may see some of those things postponed over the coming days. But, all right, just strikes here, strikes there. Hey, meanwhile, looks like most of us may be paying a little bit less at the pump this week. AAA reported that the retail average price per gallon of diesel at $4.55, down 2 cents from a week ago. Meanwhile, the Energy Information Administration's October 2nd report showed the national price per gallon actually increased by 0.7 of a penny, so less than a cent, pretty much stable to me. $4.59. By region, the Energy Information Administration report showed 5 increases, 4 decreases, and 1 region with no change. Most significant increase was, surprise, California, up another 6 cents per gallon, with the highest average price diesel running $6.29 per gallon there. Had a 2.6 cent jump in the lower Atlantic. East Coast region was up by just over 1.5 cents. Biggest decrease was the West Coast minus California, down 3.9 cents. Lowest price in the country is the Gulf Coast region, but still averaging $4.27 per gallon for diesel. Again, the national average for the U.S. at $4.59 per gallon. Morning 5-7.
Okay, radio is the theater of the air. So let me indulge in this wonderful thought. You know, a good old-fashioned American eviction. I can just see Nancy Pelosi showing up to the Capitol and only to find all her crap laying in the front yard. Oh, I know it ain't going to happen that way, but I keep thinking of her with that great big gavel, shoving it up the Republicans, whatever you want to call it, nose. And no, it couldn't happen to a nicer lady. I mean, she wouldn't even mention it if she hadn't commented on it. And the fact is that she's still in that high office, you know, the corner office, the esteemed office, you know. I hope they just put her down the hall right across from Marjorie Taylor Greene. That's where she needs to go. Right across from Marjorie Taylor Greene. Hey, they can share an office. How about that? Okay, let's, I know this is what I called about, but this is a good example. All right, nominees. Let's go down the list of the presidential, you know, DeSantis needs to stay in Florida, all right? But he can, you know, he could possibly be a vice president. I think he would level out. But let's go down past it. Could you put in speaker, you know, any of them? Go right down, you know, Chris Christie. Nope, that's a rhino. You wouldn't improve your. I think it's a great example. You wouldn't improve anything. You try to put Nikki Haley. Nope, she's for, you know, Ukraine. Who else? Go right on down. But Tim Scott just put his foot in it last week. He's for supporting Ukraine. So there would be no improvement here. Go down the list. Name one that could be an improvement over McCarthy. And the only one I can think is, I can't say his name, but Mr. Swami. And I'm not absolutely sure of his position, but at least that boy can talk. You know, he can get out there and can speak.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump as a Speaker of the House, is the problem there is you got to be able to speak. And this comes from a fellow that has a little bit of a struggle with verbalizing things myself. But no, Sundance was correct. He did draw the Republican Party together. See, the first 2 years, the rhinos fought tooth and nail against Donald Trump. They seen that the American people were benefiting. Businesses said, hey, we can invest in America now because with Trump in there, they're not going to tax our profits right out from under us. Prices started to go down, and whenever they seen that the prices were going down, you know, Make America Great Again is putting the American middle class back to work. And when it's, you know, coal mines, oil and gas, steel mills, like I said, up there at the auto plant in Ohio, Chevrolet. What do you mean you're going to shut down and move to Mexico? Why are you going to stab the American taxpayer after they bailed you out? He went up there and shamed them. He's up there, John Deere tractor? He's promoting the American business. So, we're just leaving it at that. I'm voting for Donald Trump. He don't need to be anywhere but in the presidency. And but yeah, Speaker of the House. I don't know. And Swami. And I don't mean to be disrespectful to him, but I can't remember. I can't get it out of my mouth.
Ramaswamy.
Ramaswamy. Okay, that's good. And we're coming up. It's an amazing time, and I'm still just can't get this theater of the air. Old Pelosi stepping out of the back of her limousine and finding all her crap laying in the front yard of the Capitol. That just, if I could leave her in the world. Other than that, I know it's a hollow satisfaction. It's just a nice thought. So to cheer me up today, how about it? U57, we'll be waiting for our notification for, believe it or not, Thursday morning.
Yeah, boy. Another week. Let's just flying by. Well, have a great hump day there. And we'll be back in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbochargers spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, scenes out of science fiction films have depicted these sort of scenarios. One would be, I can't remember which episode of Star Wars, where the robots are building more robots for the robot army that was being built. It's kind of like news evoking the apocalyptic movie The Terminator becoming real life. A company out of Oregon has announced plans to build the first mass-produced humanoid robots, and they're going to use other robots to build the robots. Okay. The robot model first on the drawing board is set to be named Digit. It has 2 arms, 2 legs, and the company, Agility Robotics, says the machine will be able to maneuver and work alongside humans. The website says that they planned a RoboFab robot factory in a 70,000 square foot facility in Salem, Oregon,
which will be the first of its kind with the capacity to produce 10,000 digit robots every year. The opening of our factory marks a pivotal moment in the history of robotics. The beginning of the mass production of commercial humanoid robots. We built Digit to solve difficult problems in today's workforce like injuries, burnout, high turnover, unfillable labor gaps, with the ultimate vision of enabling humans to be more human. When you're building new technology to make society better, the most important milestone is when you're able to mass produce that technology at a scale where it can have a real widespread impact. The Digit robot, described as human-centric, multi-purpose, they say it would be ideal for warehouse work and industrial factory work. Agility Robotics says Digit can perform tasks that are too repetitive or too dangerous for human workers. While robots will be used in the company's RoboFab, the company says they will be hiring 500 actual humans to work alongside the robot workforce to manufacture the Digit models. Digit is designed from the ground up to go where people go and do useful work in spaces designed for people. Because so many tasks are designed around human workflows, Digit's human-centric design enables multi-purpose utility. Initial purposes, applications include bulk material handling, like in warehouses or distribution centers. They say they're planning to see their first finished robots walk off the assembly line in 2024 and to start making marketing to the general public. In 2025, you'll be able to purchase your own humanoid robot. The first devices will be offered to participants in the company's Agility Partner Program. Okay, the chief operating officer who previously worked for Ford and Apple said the company chose this location in Oregon because it's close to their robot research and development facility. Not only are we building the world's first factory for humanoid robots, we're doing it in the United States, about 30 miles from our engineering center, which is fantastic for setting up to scale quality. I don't know, 10,000 a year, robots, building robots. What could go wrong? Morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I read where Vanna White's got that Wuhan flu this week, so she might need somebody to go down there and nurse her back to health there. This is National Coffee with a Cop Day, so take your son out for coffee. I don't know who's going to carry Pappy out for coffee there. And it's also National Taco Day. And I read this North Carolina Taco Bell customer, he got mad because they gave him the wrong amount of change back. So he pulled out of the drive-thru line and went inside the building, pulled his pistol out, and shot at Taco Bell employees. See? So,
wow.
They just reviewed the video footage, and you know where he just went right on down there to his house there and arrested him there. I got canceled out Friday and Sunday, Sunday and Monday for run. So when he called me yesterday morning, he says, I got 3 loads you can choose from. He said Columbus, Ohio, Lake Zurich, Illinois, or Las Vegas, Nevada. Which one do you think I took, Steve?
Not Nevada.
No, I took the Vegas. I don't want to go to Columbus or Chicago. And let's talk a little sports now. I read on the Babylon Bee that Taylor Swift got traded to the Jets. That'd be a good team to send her to, wouldn't it?
That'd be great, yeah.
Yeah. Well, this is with a heavy heart that I lay this one on you, Steve. I want to congratulate them Reds for beating them Cardinals 19-2 back on September the 29th. And I know that the Cards were heard breathing a sigh of relief. Thank God the season is finally over. We can quit embarrassing ourselves there. And at Louisiana Tech's Reverend Randall, he got suspended indefinitely for stomping on that other player's neck there, and he done it on purpose. And this, according to the New York Post, this NFL bettor wins $326,025 on betting on 4 different football players off of 4 different teams to score within the first quarter. That's a chunk of money, see. He hit a rarity.
Mm-hmm.
And, well, I read that McCarthy was looking for a fire alarm, but he couldn't find one. And after the latest gaffe, White House staff removed Biden's brain, blow on it, and put it back in. Worth a shot, said the aide. It works on other ancient technology. And Senator Feinstein's death is not expected to affect re-election campaign. They assured the voters that a vote for the California senator would ensure a continuation of Feinstein's reliable left-wing voting record. There's no candidate more suited to represent a dead state, a dead republic, than a dead senator there, Steve. Well, let me finish all this up here. I saw this on a man's T-shirt. The Bible is a food guaranteed to make you stronger. We feed our physical bodies 3 times a day. How often do we feed our spiritual bodies daily? And I'd be willing to bet that Brother Rambler is spiritually obese. Wouldn't you think so, Steve?
I bet he is, yes. That's a good
one. Well, y'all find Steve Summers Monday through Friday at Overnight Drive Show. He'll be here keeping us awake, informed, and entertained. So give him a call at 844-844-3388. Buy some Stabile. Keep your gas fresh up to 2 years. Buy some Hot Shot Secret Fixing Eliminator, Everyday Diesel Treatment, Anti-Gel. And buy some of them Steve Summers Overnight Drive products, too. Look cool on that baseball cap, T-shirt.
And especially those women, right?
USA News Update. 75,000 Kaiser Permanente workers nationwide are in negotiations to prevent a 3-day strike. If an agreement isn't reached by tonight, the healthcare workers will stage the largest strike in U.S. healthcare history later this week. The man who orchestrated the ousting of Kevin McCarthy as House Speaker is already listing a possible successor.
I would give him the deference to be able to decide whether or not he'd like to put himself forward as a candidate, but he'd be the type of person that I could see myself supporting.
Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz said he thought Steve Scalise of Louisiana would make a great speaker. Gaetz cautioned that he believes picking a new speaker is a while away. And just a reminder, the National Emergency Alert Test is set for tomorrow, Wednesday. This is according to FEMA. Every TV, radio, and cell phone will be interrupted with an emergency message right around 2:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's Proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For Proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 B500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's Proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, heads up in the state of Ohio. Southbound Interstate 75 in Montgomery County, all lanes closed with an early Wednesday morning crash. Deputies and medics dispatched southbound I-75 and Needmore Road. Crashed just about 1:30, about an hour ago. Dispatchers tell News Center 7 a semi is involved and there is a fuel leak with this crash. So that's going to be the hazmat teams. ODOT cameras showing traffic backing up on 75 southbound past Needmore. Several medics have been dispatched to the scene, and that's about all they have at this point in time. But it sounds like a pretty nasty crash there that occurred about 1 hour ago. So heads up. Traffic will be slowing ahead. What's going on, Pappy?
Check 1, 2. Check, is this live or Memorex?
Back in the saddle again.
What's going on, man? Daggone squirrels. Little city squirrels, man. I don't know if I'd eat them city squirrels. But them big reds you find out in the country, man, those are some good eating.
I do know squirrels love to gnaw on, like, I guess the plastic coating on wire. They'll chew. I had Christmas lights that I had left in the tree one year out front. It had got up too high for me to get them down. And next thing I know, the squirrels were chewing through them, and sections to 2 or 3 feet here and there that they were gnawing through the cords laying out there.
Yeah, they'll do it, man. Steve, I'm going back many, many moons. Went squirrel hunting and came back. I'm out there on the patio skinning these squirrels. They were already gutted, obviously, but I'm out there skinning them. And the girls were, before the son was even born, the girls were, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years old. They come walking out, Daddy, what are you doing to them squirrels? So we're going to have a puppet show, hon. We had us a little puppet show right there on the back deck with them squirrels. They got a kick out of it.
Wow.
Hey, listen, man. I told you about these daggone robots a few weeks ago. You remember that?
You did bring that up, yes. That is, I mean, how crazy
Yeah,
is
man. Steve, what I also forgot to mention that night, I know I was getting a little winded that night, but listen, they got these nanobots. These things are smaller than a human cell. And they're using them in the medical field. And in the future, they're going to inject these nanobots into you, and they are programmed to go destroy any infection, disease, virus you might have. Kind of sounded like a vaccine of some sort, maybe, to me. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, and man, see, they went on to say that, I mean, these things are so small that they get into the bloodstream and they literally can search out, you know, any problems that you got into you, or, you know, be programmed to locate that cancer cell and destroy it, eat it up. And then after they're done, they will continue to patrol the inside of your body for anything that they think should be destroyed that would cause you harm. I would just hope that them things don't get out of control and start attacking something they shouldn't.
Yeah. Have you been listening to some of this Art Bell stuff or what?
No,
that sounds
Steve,
like
I'm
science
telling you,
fiction to me.
This was on Ancient Aliens.
Okay.
This was not conspiracy theory stuff. This is the real deal, man. How about the senator pulling, well, I don't know if it was a senator or House rep, Democrat, can't remember his name, pulling the fire alarm.
We talked about that on our Monday morning show, and I mean, some are saying, I see that, charge him with
obstruction,
like many of the January 6ers were.
Obstruction?
And some say
Steve,
charge him with insurrection, I heard this past day.
Yes, sir. We got little old grandmas being sentenced to 6 months in jail. His intentions were to stop that vote. He needs to be charged. Handcuffs, Steve, for him. Can't tell us he didn't do that. Steve, he was a principal at a high school for a few years.
Uh-huh.
He can't tell us he didn't know what that fire alarm was going to do. Subpoena, any text messages, phone calls made to him. I think I told you about a month ago, maybe, a few weeks ago, I had a feeling McCarthy was working with the Dems. He done it again. So, sorry about his luck.
Mm-hmm.
Bye-bye now. See ya. You're right. It's just a bunch of all drama, though, Steve. It's D.C. swamp. Listen, man, they're all corrupt. Every freaking one of them. Every one of them. Republicans, Democrats alike. All of them. That's why I voted for Trump. Because he wasn't a politician. They're all crooked. Steve, did you hear this? That this deal with Ukraine is supposed to go on for decades?
No, really?
Yes. There's some fine print in there. I think I got a screenshot of something. I've been a little busy tonight. I don't know if you got my text earlier I sent you. Been a little busy, but there's plans to fight this war for as long as it takes and to rebuild Ukraine, all with United States dollars. They said this could take decades with our money, our taxpayers' money. And Steve, we talked about this back on the old show. First brought it up that D.C. ain't nothing but a massive money laundering machine.
Yeah.
Ukraine ain't nothing but a piggy bank for these people. Bottom line, if you believe otherwise, that they really care about Ukraine or they care about us, you are sadly mistaken. It's all about putting money in their pocket, lining them pockets with the U.S. dollar, which ain't buying squat anymore. That's why, did you see Gates on the floor talking about if you got to take bribes nowadays, you got to take them in gold because the U.S. dollar ain't worth nothing. Talking about that Democratic congressman that's alleged to have taken some inappropriate items, I guess, for exchange for some favors. What did the FBI all find? I can't even believe they raided him, to be quite honest about it. He's a Democrat. They all find in his daggone house, like jewelry and cash.
Yeah, the gold bars. Yeah, gold bars. I don't know, $500,000 in cash, something like that. Yeah.
I'll still say innocent until proven guilty. But yeah, I'm fed up, Steve. Fed up with DC. Fed up. All of them. We really said it before. I'll say it again, man. We got to do something here in 2024. We got to pray that we can get these people. I mean, when Trump talks about draining the swamp, man, we got to drain the swamp.
Right.
Steve. Shame we're in the police state we're in, man. I mean, you got the federal government going after political opponents. I mean, man. And what's funny, I said this before, if Trump would have never got elected and Hillary would have got elected in 2000, we all knew D.C. was corrupt, but to the extent that it really is, we had no clue how bad it really was. If Hillary would have got elected in 2016, could you imagine? You think our country's screwed up now and heading downhill? If she would have got elected, man, Holy moly. I hate to think where we'd be sitting right now.
I mean, did we not say at the time when Trump won that election that all we've really done is postpone this global agenda for at least 4 years? We were hoping it'd be at least 8, but it was just a bump in the road, a hiccup for him.
Stephen, I've said this. We're in a long fight here. Even if Trump gets elected in 2024, this fight is not over. These people are not going to give up. You got to give them credit, man. They're not going to give up. They're not going to go down without a fight. This is going to take a long time, even after Trump's out of office, if he gets elected. If he doesn't, in my book, it's over, Steve. I think there's no hope. I hate to say that. I really, really do. But if things are that bad, that we get 6 more years of what we just went through in 2 years, 3 years, almost 3 years. Come on, man. What's the saying? There was a saying in Caddyshack when the judge told that boy, "You will get nothing and you will like it." The World Economic Forum talking about this. Steve, I'm telling you, all you got to do is Google, man. They are not hiding what they are saying. Go and listen to their speeches. The stuff that they say at these forums, on stage. I don't know if y'all have listened to what they are saying, but man, they're not hiding it. They want this government expenditures. Everybody's going to get a, what do they call that? Old Alzheimer's kicking in again. Everybody's going to get a paycheck from the government. This is what you're going to get. This is how you're going to spend it. And you will be happy. Total control over your life. Where you can spend this money, what you can spend it on, what you can eat, what you can't eat, where you can go. That's what's in our future if we don't turn this around.
Yeah.
All right, enough complaining for one night. It's October. I don't know if you got my email I sent you. Happy October 1st, Oktoberfest. Did you get that email?
I got you said happy October 1st on the 2nd, I think, but.
Well, technically, I said it when it was still midnight? The 1st.
Okay.
Okay, but it was, a couple German women holding up a couple skull busters.
Yeah. That was very pleasant. Thank you. Yes.
Yeah. Happy October. All right, my man. Everybody hammer down. Be safe. Got the next 2 days off. Hey, Vanna White can bring me coffee tomorrow if she wants all day long. Thank you there, Knucklebuster.
There you go, Vanna
White. Yes, sir. Thanks, Steve. Be safe.
Have a good morning. All right, thank you. Yeah, so we got the big test today, right? Comprehensive examination of the emergency alert system and the wireless emergency alert system this afternoon. This nationwide test will reverberate through radios, televisions, your consumer electronics. A crucial evaluation of the emergency alert capabilities. The purpose of today's test is to ensure that the systems continue to be effective means of warning the public about emergencies, particularly those
of a national level. FEMA will be overseeing the test in collaboration with the Federal Communications Commission. Commencing at approximately 2:20 p.m. this afternoon, a widespread alert accompanied by a free text message. This is a test of the National Wireless Emergency Alert System. No action is needed. That is set to reach all wireless phones. And if you're in a crowded area, I guarantee it'll be downright eerie. Yeah, when everybody's phones start doing the alert thing. Your wireless handset's language settings will determine the test message's language, either English or Espanol. Radios and televisions will simultaneously broadcast a 1-minute test emergency alert stating, "This is a nationwide test of the emergency alert system used by FEMA, covering the United States from 1420, that's 2:20, to 1450 hours Eastern Time. This is only a test. No public action required." It's kind of like Sundance Kid brought up earlier. So the message is going to be broadcast for 1 minute, but the test will be technically ongoing from 20 to 50. That's a 30-minute window. This is the 7th nationwide emergency alert system test. It will be the 3rd for wireless emergency alerts. Only the 2nd for consumer cell phones, though. The last comprehensive test of both systems was in 2021. There you go. All right, we'll return into...
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bosch.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, just a couple minutes away from news update as we roll up toward the midnight hour on the West Coast. And Philip's on board, after which, room for you on a Wednesday. It's 844-844-3388. That's interesting. Kansas Department of Transportation sharing a letter penned by an experienced trucker filled with useful advice for four-wheelers on how to safely share the road with big rigs. Let's see. The blog post entitled Professional Truck Driver to Four-Wheelers. Give us room. Features a letter from Eureka, Kansas resident Ronald Mays, who's been a professional truck driver for more than 30 years. To which he writes, "My name is Ron. I'm a semi-truck driver from Kansas, 59 years old, been driving since my mid-20s. I just want to say that the cars and pickup trucks that we professional drivers refer to as four-wheelers are being operated by people who at times appear not to care about their health and safety or that of other persons using the highways. I know there are some bad semi-drivers out there, some of whom have pulled down in front of me doing 65 miles per hour, way too close. But people driving cars and pickups do it all the time at intersections. They also tend to cut off semis after passing them at 70, 80 miles per hour, then get right in front of us and sometimes slow down, even hitting the brakes. Now, why would you pass me at 70, then slow 5 to 10 miles per hour? Here's how you four-wheeler folks need to behave around me and other semis. Stay off my back end and don't tailgate. I can't see you. Stay off the phone when driving, especially around semis. And stay off my right side. I can't see you there either. It's all about physics, motion, mass, and density. I cannot stop 80,000 pounds plus of truck quickly." Like you said, good advice, if people would just heed said advice, I suppose. All right, news break time as we close out another hour of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With the product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. 75,000 Kaiser Permanente workers nationwide are in negotiations to prevent a 3-day strike. If an agreement isn't reached by tonight, the healthcare workers will stage the largest strike in U.S. healthcare history later this week. The man who orchestrated the ousting of Kevin McCarthy as House Speaker is already listing a possible successor.
I would give him the deference to be able to decide whether or not he'd like to put himself forward as a candidate, but he'd be the type of person that I could see myself supporting.
Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz said he thought Steve Scalise of Louisiana would make a great speaker. Gaetz cautioned that he believes picking a new speaker is a while away. Hunter Biden, President Biden's son, has entered a not guilty plea to federal gun charges in Delaware. He's facing 3 felony firearms charges, one of which pertains to unlawful possession as an illegal drug user. These charges came after a previous plea deal which permitted him to enter a diversion program unraveled due to scrutiny from a federal judge. Congress must act promptly to ensure uninterrupted U.S. aid for Ukraine. National Security Council spokesman John Kirby emphasized this, citing the omitted funding in the short-term government bill.
President Biden made clear we cannot under any circumstances allow America's support for Ukraine to be interrupted. Time is not our friend.
He stated that any delay could significantly impact the ongoing conflict with Russia. President Biden anticipated House Speaker Kevin McCarthy to advance a Ukraine aid bill through the chamber, and as you know, McCarthy's been removed as Speaker of the House. A national emergency alert test is set for tomorrow, Wednesday. According to FEMA, every TV, radio, and cell phone will be interrupted with an emergency message at 2:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Officials say the 1-minute test is similar to an Amber Alert or warnings issued by the National Weather Service. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
Week 4 of the NFL season wrapped up after the Seattle Seahawks crushed the New York Giants 24-3 in Monday Night Football. The Seahawks improved to 3-1 with the win. Meanwhile, the Giants slipped to 1-3. Former President Trump and his associates, including his 2 sons, were in a Manhattan courtroom for the second day of a civil fraud trial. Trump again blasting prosecutors on his way into the New York courthouse earlier this morning.
This case should be dismissed. This is not a case. And she should probably be dismissed also.
They are accused of inflating property values for better loans and insurance rates. New York AG Letitia James is pursuing a $250 million fine and a ban on Trump's company operating in New York. A new law in a West Texas county is getting praised by pro-life groups, while legal experts have concerns it may be unconstitutional. The Cicerone County law makes it illegal for pregnant women to travel on its roads to seek an abortion. The county sits on the Texas line with New Mexico, which has become a haven for abortion seekers. Crime scene photos and videos from the night rapper Tupac Shakur was murdered are among the evidence shown to a grand jury. The grand jury was also shown interviews with the suspect, 60-year-old Dwayne Keefe D. Davis. Davis was arrested at his home in Henderson, Nevada last Friday and is due in court tomorrow when a trial date may be set. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve Stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
There you go. Welcome back. And it is a Wednesday. Hump Day. 10-4. October 4th, 2023. Keep in mind, it's just a couple of weeks away now. The American Trucking and Industry Leader Hall of Fame will be inducting its latest class, 2 o'clock on the 25th at the American Truck Historical Society's headquarters in Kansas City, Missouri. They announced the class earlier this summer. Additional information has been revealed since then, though, including details on a celebration of Kenworth Truck Company's 100-year anniversary. In addition to recognizing the merit of these pioneers, there will be lots to see, according to the American Trucking and Industry Leader Hall of Fame Chair, Tom Mullen. We will be celebrating Kenworth's 100th anniversary, displaying Kenworth trucks throughout the years. Attendees can also enjoy a state-of-the-art simulator and the Kenworth 100-year history trailer. But the inductees, which again they announced earlier, Robert A. Young Jr., the founder of ABF Freight, Ted Rogers, who was the first president of the American Trucking Associations, Frank Sieberling, the founder of Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, Harry Kent and Edgar Worth, the founders of Kenworth, and Al and Don Schneider, the founders of Schneider National. This year marks the third year the American Truck Historical Society will be honoring pioneers of the trucking industry. We invite the public, especially those in the truck transportation sector, to learn about the significant impact each of these pioneers has made upon the industry and moving America forward. There you go. So October 25th. Be here before you know it. Well, Philip, off to work we go on a Wednesday. How's it going?
Yeah, hump day. How we doing today?
Hanging with... Hey, hey, we're back live tonight anyway.
Yeah, what happened, buddy?
A squirrel chewed through the fiber optics line, knocked probably 100 customers offline.
Oh, my. You know, we had some stuff like that happen at Disney, you know, fiber optics, you know, and somebody digs a hole the wrong way and just puts a shovel through a fiber optics. We've had that happen.
Yeah.
Squirrels and all kinds of stuff. So, yeah, it is what it is. So, boy, Knucklebuster, man, he's got a long piece of paper he reads off. I tell you what, man, that took a while to read all that stuff. And you don't like them loads that go east, I got a feeling. I think he just likes going west. What do you think, Steve?
Apparently, I don't blame him for not wanting to go to Chicago, but I don't know, Vegas.
Lake Zurich ain't too bad. It's out in the suburbs there. It's not too far. Columbus, that's kind of far for him. I don't think he liked traveling that far east. So, it looks like I'm going to be using an alternate route here. Way I-4 here, they got her shut down at 74. So, I guess I'll be getting off at 74 here and going another route. But if you get a chance, Steve, look up an article that down here in Florida, we just had a child was at a football practice with his buddies, and he didn't like what his buddies were, how they were treating him. So he went to his mama's car and got a gun and came back.
Oh boy!
So if you get a chance, pull that pull that up. It was in Apopka, Florida. It's a pretty lengthy article about explaining what happened there, but now this lady, she's going to be put under the jail with a deal, and it's not going to be a good situation, if you know what I mean, Steve. So, but oh boy, this is getting crazy on I-4 here. I got to get going, buddy. I've got I've got to
pay attention. Yeah, right. Yeah. Pay attention to what's going on. Yep. You got your priorities out there on the road, right? Well, Brain Dead dialed us back up there. Let's try again. Hello, Brain Dead.
Hey, Steve. Yeah, I had to go kick a couple pallets off at the store real quick, but now I get to go to this other store, drop it, hook it, and call it a Friday today. I'm out of hours. Yay, me. Oh, let's see. That I got my thing in the mail today from Yellow about my vacation pay. So if Heatwave is listening, I don't know if he got his or not send in. That's the only way you're going to be able to get your vacation pay. I got to fill that out, send it out. And, Horse Feathers, I was going to wish you a happy birthday there on the old Facebook, but happy birthday. Because I got tied up doing 90 different things yesterday. I mean, you could ask Dean about that. I was trying to fight to stay awake, but did you see what I sent you about Marjorie Taylor Greene's boyfriend said about liberal women?
Something about what they're ugly, I guess, right? No makeup or whatever is.
What was his first clue? I mean, look at Nancy Pelosi, Barbara Boxer, Dianne Feinstein. What is this alert going to be for this daggum? What is it? That national thing today? Is it going to be Barbara Boxer? I mean, not Barbara Boxer, but Nancy Pelosi talking about her getting shafted out of the the speaker of the House? I mean, why do we have to pick one? I mean, they can't even pick their own nose, for God's sakes. I mean, come on now. But before I forget, Steve, I forgot to tell you what happened this past weekend. It's fair season, right?
It's what season?
Got all these fairs.
Oh, fair season.
The fair season.
Yeah.
So me and old Dingbat, we go to our fair, and they got this freak show set up. Like the bearded woman, the world's shortest man, et cetera, et cetera. And she goes, "Well, we need to go over and look and see what's going on." I said, "Babe, we don't need to go over and look. All we got to do is go to your family reunion." Bye to me.
Yeah, you're looking to get yourself in trouble, as usual, right? All right, it is 844-844-3388. All right, so let's see. Mark Schrimmer, I guess you call him a contributor to OOIDA's Landline publication. Share a lot of his stories. He did a little opinion piece here last week. I think I might have teased it, but I never did get around to the rest of the story. And I wanted to do that. Mark says, "My first job in journalism was at my hometown newspaper more than 20 years ago. I was attending the local university and started working part-time at the daily paper to learn the profession. One of my first tasks was to type in the obituaries of area residents. Now, it was an entry-level task, but the level of importance was made clear. These were people's life stories. It was not something to take lightly. This meant we had to follow a strict process to do everything we could to avoid mistakes. After typing in the obituary, we called the funeral home if there were any inconsistencies in spellings or any other questions. An editor then read the obituary looking for any typos or inconsistencies that the writer may have missed. Then, before the obituary went to the press, the editor read it aloud while the writer read along. The editor not only read the text, but also spelled out the names of every person and place as a final line of defense. The process was tedious, but thorough.
Fast forward 20 plus years, and at least some news outlets have decided to let artificial intelligence take charge of writing news and sports stories and even obituaries. Proponents will tell you, well, it's about efficiency. They'll say it's about freeing up staff to work on more in-depth projects, but in reality, it's all about saving money. Well, let's check in to see how that cost savings is working out. Earlier this month, Microsoft's MSN News portal published what appears to have been an AI-generated obituary of former NBA player Brandon Hunter, who died on September the 12th at the age of 42. As you may have heard or guessed, the article was disastrous with nearly every way imaginable. The headline read, Brandon Hunter, useless at 42. Now that was bad enough, but it didn't stop there. Using synonyms for various words in an apparent attempt to avoid plagiarism, the technology said that Hunter played video games instead of basketball games, and that he received the all-MAC convention alternatives rather than the all-MAC conference selections. This may be the worst example of artificial intelligence-generated journalism so far, but it's not the only one. MSN also published a travel guide for Ottawa, Canada, that recommended tourists stop at the local food bank, suggesting you arrive with an empty stomach. Some newspapers have also used artificial intelligence to generate local sports stories, often leading to a garbled mess that, for some unknown reason, loves to use the phrase close encounters of the athletic kind. This technology is obviously being deployed before it is ready, and there are seemingly few, if any, checks and balances before these articles are actually published. At best, the articles are unreadable. At worst, they're terribly offensive. Now, as bad as these stories are, they're nothing compared to the physical harm that could be caused when artificial intelligence technology is given the task of operating an 80,000-pound tractor-trailer without a driver in the seat. You may have been wondering, what's all this got to do with trucking? Well, this is where he gets to the point. Just like the artificial intelligence-generated articles, proponents will tell you it's about efficiency. They'll say the technology will be used only on certain routes and that it's needed to make up for a driver shortage, which doesn't even exist. But just like the social media companies, it's really about saving money. And instead of following all the steps professional drivers have complied for years to ensure a safe trip, many autonomous companies want to cut the regulatory corners to bring this technology to the marketplace. At a recent Infrastructure and Transportation Committee hearing about autonomous trucks, trucks touched on some safety concerns. Delaware's Eleanor Holmes Norton asked the chief executive officer of the autonomous company known as Aurora about how the technology would work when faced with difficult decisions. Is Aurora able to guarantee that its technology will prioritize the safety of people, not property or infrastructure, but people, when making split-second decisions on the highways? The response said safety is paramount, but didn't directly answer the question. Witness Kathy Chase, president of the Advocates for Highway and Auto Safety, said this technology is not ready, pointing to recent crashes involving some of these autonomous vehicles, noted examples of San Francisco police and firefighters being prevented from reaching emergencies by autonomous vehicles obstructing the roads. I think we absolutely need prudence when discussing autonomous vehicles of any level, she said. The biggest example we have so far is San Francisco, and it's not going so well, to say the least. It's a problem. We can't just stick our head in the sand and pretend these problems don't exist. So proponents of the artificial intelligence-generated journalism did just that. Stick their head in the sand, and we're seeing the horrendous results. If we stick our heads in the sand regarding the problems of autonomous trucks, the results won't be just in poor taste. They will be catastrophic, potentially as in life-ending catastrophic. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, I would have never thought we'd be talking about Canadian wildfire smoke and prompting advisories in Florida. That was the case this past day. Hazy skies, reduced visibility enveloped Florida on Tuesday as wildfire smoke originating from the remote reaches of northwest Canada had drifted southward, actually prompting air quality alerts. Carried by the prevailing north and northeasterly winds circulating clockwise around a high-pressure system over the mid-Atlantic, it is expected to persist on into early this morning before dissipating into the Gulf of Mexico. According to The Hill, Florida stood out as the epicenter of the most compromised air quality in the United States this past day. Wow. According to Purple Air, a platform that monitors air quality, registering air quality index readings as high as 171 across the state of Florida. It's worth noting that air quality scores surpassing 150 fall under the unhealthy category for all individuals. According to WFLA meteorologists, the prevailing haze was linked to the wildfires in Canada. It's come all the way down I-95 and could be with us the next couple of days, he said. All right, that's pretty wild, all the way down into Florida. The EPA in Hillsborough County, near Central Florida, had issued an air pollution advisory this past day, warning of heightened levels of particulate matter persisting until midnight. The haze reducing air quality in parts of central and northern Florida, and air quality remains unhealthy for sensitive people, especially those with asthma or respiratory problems. With the smoke sticking around Tuesday evening, they say look for amazing sunsets because those polluted smoky skies scatter the light. It makes those sunsets appear very brilliant orange, yellows, and reds. As per a report by the New York Times, the ongoing wildfires in Canada play a significant role in the persistence of subpar air quality on various parts of North America. We've been dealing with that through much of the summer. I thought by now that they would have had a handle on most of those Canadian wildfires. I guess that's not the case. We just haven't really been hearing much anything about it in the news. But all right, looks like Philip was able to dial us back up there. So, hey, hang in there. We'll get back to you after the news break because that's only about a minute and a half away. While we're on the topic of Florida, Felipe's out there. It's not going to be a concern for Florida. We thought it was not going to be a concern for the United States, and it still may not be. But now, after all this time, Felipe, how many weeks we've been talking about? The steering breezes will guide Felipe on a more northward course much of this week and this weekend. Bermuda will be next in the path with the potential for they may have direct or indirect impacts. Now, after Bermuda, looks like North America may be on Felipe's list late next weekend. Beyond Bermuda, Felipe will likely continue to track northward toward Atlantic Canada. There is some risk the system could veer further to the west, perhaps into northern New England. We had a similar scenario to this a few weeks ago. What was the name of that system? Most of the data right now suggests Felipe is likely to head toward Atlantic Canada, perhaps right into Nova Scotia Sunday night or Monday. It's not the most likely scenario, but there is a chance that the steering winds could direct Philip southeastward over the region, allowing the system to merge with a non-tropical system.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
USA News Update. 75,000 Kaiser Permanente workers nationwide are in negotiations to prevent a 3-day strike. If an agreement isn't reached by tonight, the healthcare workers will stage the largest strike in U.S. healthcare history later this week. The man who orchestrated the ousting of Kevin McCarthy as House Speaker is already listing a possible successor.
I would give him the deference to be able to decide whether or not he'd like to put himself forward as a candidate, but he'd be the type of person that I could see myself supporting.
Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz said he thought Steve Scalise of Louisiana would make a great speaker. Gaetz cautioned that he believes picking a new speaker is a while away. And just a reminder, the National Emergency Alert Test is set for tomorrow, Wednesday. This is according to FEMA. Every TV, radio, and cell phone will be interrupted with an emergency message right around 2:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
There we go. All right. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Yeah, so talking about the hazy sky. Did you notice that? Hazy skies this past day, Philip?
Yeah, I sure did. Yesterday morning when I was driving the train, we were doing our opening up on the rail, and you could look at the sun. It was behind the haze, and it wouldn't burn your eyes.
Wow!
I mean, you literally could look at the sun, and it wouldn't even burn your eyes. That's how thick it was. And yesterday afternoon when I got home, you know, the news was on, and they were telling everybody stay in the house, that kind of thing, you know, because the air quality was terrible, and they were showing the different parts of Florida. It was going by the hour on where things were, you know, like, okay, well, now it's over Orlando. You know, it started out over Jacksonville and then over, you know, northern central Florida, and then come down to Orlando, and it'd burn your eyes a little bit here and there, but it just amazed me. I did the math on it last night. It had to have come over 2,000 miles to get to us in the upper air.
Isn't that incredible?
So, yeah, because most of those fires were over around Alberta and British Columbia over there, like on the west side, basically the west side of Canada, and come all the way over here to us. And you were talking about autonomous there a minute ago, Steve. And by the way, if anybody's coming down I-4 westbound and you're coming through Orlando and you're getting down past Universal, about 74, there's 4 cars that are in a big ball right now on the road, and they're trying to get them out of the way. They've got the road shut down. They'll put you off, and you're going to have to weave around a little bit. But getting back to the autonomous thing, what a lot of people don't know about autonomous, the 2 things that are going to really bring it out, and I mean bring it out, and you mentioned it in your article there, is safety and efficiency. Those are the 2 things that are going to bring autonomous about, and it's going to try it. Now, when are we supposed to go all electric, Steve?
I think on the federal side, they have 2030 to be like 50%, and I think 75 by 2035. Sound right?
Yeah. Okay, so we're seeing all this electrical, going electric. Well, that going electric is going to be weaved in with the autonomous thing. Okay, and what's going to happen first is everything is going to be a semi-automatic situation. And what I mean by that is we see it right now with Tesla. Tesla's got their automated cars, but as far as a person seeing what's going on, they're supposed to be paying attention, not playing a game while the car's driving itself. You're in a semi-automatic mode to be autonomous. Now, what's going to happen is eventually, and this is going to be a long time down the road, folks. I mean, you're talking like 35 on into 2040 or better. Then it's going to go into what they call an unmanned operation, which unmanned operation is just like the robot thing you were just talking about with AI, whereas you'll get in your car and it'll just go. And that's what's going to happen with autonomous. And it's already in the works right now. It's already in the major corporations are using it right now. Steve, did you read any of the articles about the situation in Austin, Texas, with those fully autonomous cars piling up in the middle of the streets?
I think that was last week sometime. They had like a dozen plus vehicles. They were all confused, right? Because they said there were too many pedestrians.
Yeah, so what's happening now in a lot of the major cities, Austin, Texas is one of them, San Francisco. I'm not sure if they're using them in New York. A lot of the bigger cities are using them now. They're using them down here in Florida and some of the smaller cities to, like, if somebody needs to get a ride to even, say, the local grocery store. They have these autonomous vehicles that are fully autonomous, and they run a set route. But when they think that a pedestrian or something's obstructing the road, they just stop. And that's where they had that situation in Austin where it was in the middle of the city and all these autonomous cars kind of just piled up together and basically blocked all the traffic and wouldn't let nobody go because they thought that there was things in the road that were holding them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and that's what's going to happen with this. I really think it, and I see it, and a lot of major corporations are using autonomous stuff right now, folks. A lot of them are. They're using it in warehouses. They're using it everywhere. And then when you hook it in with the AI, that's why there's a lot of skepticism about AI, because AI is not perfected yet. And if your autonomous stuff isn't perfected and the AI isn't perfected, it's going to be a mess, just like the situation in Austin and some of that. And that's on a low level. Think about this, Steve. You know how big a freight train is, right?
Absolutely.
You know how long a freight train is. Okay, well, there are train control systems in the works for freight trains that will control freight trains. We've already have it in passenger trains over in, like, say, California has it. They had an accident in California a few years ago. I don't know if you remember this or not. They had some guys that were working on the line, doing rail work, and a train hit one of them. Well, that train was automated at the time. Okay. But it had an engineer in it it was a semi-automatic situation to where he was supposed to watch it, see things happening, and take over. Well, that didn't happen, and 2 guys got hurt. One of them critically hurt. So it's one of those things that we got to be paying attention to. Autonomous stuff can be cool in a right situation, but in the wrong situation, when nobody's paying attention, instead of playing with their phone and all this other stuff, you think people with phones are bad now. You wait till you get in that situation. We had a Tesla here in Orlando come into an accident scene, and dadgum almost killed 3 police officers that were working the accident scene, trying to get people, to go over so they could get the accident situated. Mm-hmm. And a girl in a Tesla ran into their cars. I mean, that's already been documented and everything. So, but that's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate you having me back. And if anybody's coming down I-4 at the 74 and you're going westbound, you're going to be diverted around. So we'll talk to you later, buddy.
All right. Thanks for dialing us back up here, Philip, in Florida, here on a Wednesday, hump day, as we like to refer to it. Well, while we're on it, I have one of the headlines for this morning's program. It's out of San Francisco, no less. One of these self-driving cars operated by the company Cruise ran over a woman after apparently she was knocked in front of it by a hit-and-run driver. This was late on Monday this week. The woman was taken to a hospital. The investigation is ongoing. We believe another vehicle that was not an autonomous vehicle may have been initially involved in the collision, but that vehicle or driver were not present at the scene during our investigation. Video presented to American Free Press by Cruise, I guess from their vehicle, showed the self-driving car and another vehicle slightly ahead of it to its left moving through an intersection with a green light when the second car hit the woman. That initial impact was severe and launched the pedestrian directly in front of the autonomous vehicle. The autonomous vehicle then braked aggressively to minimize the impact, but ultimately the autonomous vehicle stopped on top of the woman while the other car left the scene. The severely injured woman was pinned beneath the autonomous vehicle when firefighters arrived. Firefighters contacted the Cruise Control Center to make sure the vehicle was securely stopped. Then they had to use heavy rescue tools to lift it and pull the woman out. Our heartfelt concern and focus is the well-being of the person who was injured. We're working with police to help identify the responsible driver, said Cruise. California authorities just, in August, expanded driverless taxi services in San Francisco, giving the go-ahead to both Waymo and Cruise to compete with rideshare services and cabs. The Public Utilities Commission voted to let Waymo, a unit of the Google parent Alphabet, and the General Motors-owned Cruise essentially run 24-hour robo-taxi services in San Francisco. It seems to us like just yesterday, you had the original Total Recall movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger, right? Remember? And he gets into the Johnny Cab. Welcome to Johnny Cab. What's your destination? Driverless cars first introduced in San Francisco 2014, at which point they did have the mandatory human safety driver on board, someone that could take over. 4 years later, they scrapped that requirement for a human driver to be in the car. Keep in mind, just just last week, wasn't it? Last week or week before, the legislature had forwarded to the governor's desk there, Gavin Newsom, legislation to require these autonomous vehicles, especially when it comes to the semis, the autonomous semis, to have a safety driver in the vehicle, which Gavin Newsom vetoed. So it looks like they're pursuing full steam ahead the autonomous trucks there in California. Let's see what's going on with Vic here on a Wednesday morning. Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. So a squirrel ate your line there, your fiber optic line that fed everything for your system last night. When you were talking about all this stuff and all the artificial intelligence, self-driving vehicles and all that, kind of as a side note, a few years back they decided that they were going to use soybean oil to make the windings, the plastics for over the copper wires, and they found out that squirrels and rodents and everything else really liked that soybean oil derived plastic, and they were getting in and chewing up all the wires on these brand new cars and everything, so they kind of scrapped that idea. And when you were talking about all that with the autonomous vehicles and the squirrel eating up your line and everything else, and for years squirrels have been the nemesis of people working on power lines, because a power line goes through trees. I guess you've probably seen squirrels running down power lines. And sometimes they get fried. So
every day I see them here. I mean, and actually the squirrel that ate through the fiber optics line, it was actually several blocks away from the secret bunkers. So there were a whole bunch. I don't know how many. The tech guy that came out here said he had 20 open tickets. He said there's probably at least 100 residents without service right now.
Yeah. So, but that's just one of the probably oddball mechanical things that they never thought about when they're wanting to put all the reliance on these automated systems. And I know that this one rail yard I used to live by, a switching yard, they had big signs up, and gosh, that was 20, 30 years ago, that all of their trains ran that did not have human people in it. It just had I was trying to think of the terminology anyway. It just said that it was automated or something to that effect. So, and the reason they had to put those signs up, this switching yard actually ran across the U.S. highway that was pretty heavily traveled, and people had a tendency to ignore the red lights. So they want to let people know that, the train was going to keep coming regardless. If they didn't have cameras on them or anything of that nature, they just, so fortunately, they didn't have any crashes or anything of that nature. But there are so many things to this automated system, or whatever the AI and all this they're trying to come up with. And one of the web browsers I have, when you get onto it, as the AI thing comes on and says, "This is AI, do you want to chat or do this or that?" And it's like, no, I just want to look up what I want to look up, and I know the key words that I want to look up. And so it can kind of get pretty annoying. But I don't know. I want to switch here real quick. Have you been following that whole Delphi murder thing of those two young girls that got killed or anything murdered here a while back?
I mean, nothing recently, no.
Well, basically, here's what they had on the news tonight, that they know the scene was staged because the girls had on each other's clothes when they were found. There was kind of a symbol there that was honoring a Norse god. They believe it could have been a ritual killing. And it's through something called the Odinist. And that's a Norse god that the Nazis used to admire. And they've been trying like heck to say, well, no, there really wasn't anything there. And there was there's a Purdue professor that kind of specializes in that stuff. And so I'm not exactly sure how thorough their investigation is going on, but apparently they've known this from the get-go, and all the stuff that they were putting on the news and all that. I don't know what the purpose of it was, because it was more misleading or anything of that nature. But I used to have a guy that used to call about every night on that, talking about it, but I've forgotten his name or anything else. But I just wanted to mention that, because that thing's been going on forever, and the guy that they have in jail, they're kind of questioning as to whether or not he was really involved. So the way they got his involvement in it, I forget. But that they are the search warrant for his house they got because they found a gun there at his house, and they found some shells there at the murder scene that supposedly matched a gun or something. And the local sheriff up there, he's kind of trying to defend his probable cause warrant to go in there and get the gun. So there's a individual, he has a podcast, The Murder Sheet or something like that. And I guess he's been kind of following it closely, and the prosecutor got upset and said, well, he wanted all the investigation sealed and everything. So those two little girls, I don't know what they fell victim to or anything, but they got involved on the internet with some sort of a sex thing there. Some guy was convincing these girls to undress and send him pictures or something. I didn't really follow that much. And one thing kind of led to another, but there's been a lot of conflicting news going on there. And it's Richard Allen, I think that they arrested. He's going to have a lot of explaining to do and everything. So I just thought I'd kind of throw that in there. There are other news stations that they had stories on tonight. I think about everyone here in Indianapolis had it on. Kind of gets in a little bit more detail, but it's kind of odd that I thought that the prosecutor would want things sealed when, on the other hand, they're trying to get all the tips and everything else from the public that they can get. So anyway, that was pretty much. There was one thing I was going to say. The Democrats should give this Gates character. They should give him, as Pappy says, the big cookie, because he just stopped all the appropriations hearings. So obviously the government may shut down here in 42, 4 days, whatever it is. And he just stopped all the investigations, not only into Hunter Biden, but the other part of that investigation was investigating what all the different agencies in the federal government had done and how thorough they were in basically prosecuting people. And that in turn is going to affect a lot of Trump's trials that he's going through, because they could have had a power, they would have had the power of Congress to investigate things that could have helped out the Trump organization. So, like I said, I don't know what in the world Gates decided that McCarthy had to be released right now for, but anyway, he did. So that's kind of the way it is. But I'm more inclined to believe it was a personal battle that I don't, like I said, I don't really understand. I know Phillips down there, and that Gates character, he was accused of having sex with teenagers and underage kids way back when. I don't know if that played into it or anything else, but I'll just kind of leave it at that there, Steve. So.
Yeah, all right. Well, Vic, thank you so much. I'm more inclined to believe I don't think they're going to let this be a long, drawn-out process as far as finding who will be the replacement for McCarthy. At least I'd hope not. Yeah, because as we were sharing earlier, what's next? What the process entails. Where do we go from here? And I guess this new or temporary replacement for McCarthy does not have the power of the subpoena. And yes, he cannot bring
legislation to the floor or take legislation off the floor. So I don't know, does everything really kind of come to a grinding halt? Yeah, while they play out the process of finding who is going to be the next speaker. It's kind of the way it sounds. It is obviously something none of us have ever witnessed. It's totally no one in this audience, because it is the first time in American history a Speaker of the House has been removed during his tenure. So this is going to be, I guess, for all of us, a learn as we go kind of experience. All right, what are we looking at here? We mentioned earlier when we were given the update on the UAW, that was actually some positive news from General Motors this past day that said auto sales jumped about 21% in their third quarter numbers, fueled by improved supply and sustained demand for their SUVs and pickup trucks. They said quarterly sales rose to 674,000 plus vehicles from 555,000 plus a year earlier. So 100 and some odd thousand more vehicles sold. They've benefited from buyers snapping up more new vehicles for personal mobility against the background of better supplies and attractive financing offers. Toyota reported a 12.2% rise in their third quarter U.S. auto sales. Kia and Hyundai also posted higher U.S. sales for the quarter. However, the ongoing strike on the Big Three, targeting certain facilities, if this becomes an extended strike, undoubtedly that will threaten the supply of new vehicles and potentially drive down their fourth quarter numbers. GM said yesterday they currently have 442,000 and some odd vehicles in inventory. All right, so there you go. They did not address the impact of the latest strike in their announcement this past day, not at this point. Final hour coming up. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. He's Speaker of the House no more.
The yeas are 216. The nays 210. The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
The motion to remove him, initiated by Representative Matt Gaetz, gained support from a few Republicans and Democrats. After the vote, Gaetz said Louisiana Representative Steve Scalise would be a good replacement. This marks the first instant in U.S. history of a speaker being ousted. Jury selection is in progress for the trial of FTX co-founder Sam Bankman-Fried. He faces federal charges including wire fraud, security fraud, and money laundering, to which he has pleaded not guilty. If convicted, certain counts could lead to a 20-year prison term. Former President Trump and his associates, including his two sons, were in a Manhattan courtroom for a second day in a civil fraud trial. Trump again blasting prosecutors on his way into the New York courthouse this morning.
This case should be dismissed. This is not a case. And she should probably be dismissed also.
They are accused of inflating property values for better loans and insurance rates. 75,000 Kaiser Permanente workers nationwide are in negotiations to prevent a 3-day strike. If an agreement isn't reached by later tonight, the healthcare workers will stage the largest strike in U.S. healthcare history this week. Student loan repayments have resumed. Republicans have thwarted attempts to continue a moratorium that began during the COVID pandemic.
I don't know of any reason why people can't continue to pay their student loans on time.
That's Senator John Cornyn from Texas. He says President Biden acted illegally in forgiving student loan debt. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A national emergency alert test is set for Wednesday. According to FEMA, every TV, radio, and cell phone will be interrupted with an emergency message about 2:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Officials say the 1-minute test is similar to an Amber Alert or warning issued by the National Weather Service. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy has been ousted. The vote came despite a passionate plea from Oklahoma's Republican Congressman Tom Cole.
The overwhelming majority of my party supports the speaker that we elected. We're proud of the leadership he's shown.
A handful of Republicans joined Democrats to oust McCarthy. The push was led by Florida's Gaetz. The judge in Trump's civil fraud trial has imposed a restricted gag order. This ruling followed a Truth Social post by Trump targeting the judge's clerk. The order prohibits all involved parties from making social media posts or public remarks about the judge's staff. Joe Jonas and estranged wife Sophie Turner are slated for a January 2nd trial in the Manhattan federal court for the custody dispute over their 2 young children. The Game of Thrones actress initiated an emergency lawsuit to relocate the children from New York City to their permanent residence in England. The couple married in 2019 and are the parents of a 3- and 1-year-old. Wednesday night's Powerball jackpot drawing is worth $1.2 billion. Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here we go. Final hour. Let's get her started. Hey, with a quick reminder, for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, boats, collector cars, generators, anything sitting around with a gas in it for an extended period of time. Sta-Bil storage, as we call it, will keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years and combat corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. Make sure to store your engine the right way with Sta-Bil. And we'll help you save on your next order for being a listener to this program. Go to goldeagle.com. Place your order. Use the coupon code OVERNIGHTDRIVE at checkout and save 15% off your entire order. Again, at goldeagle.com. All right, so with the shakeup, the demise of Yellow Corporation leading up to and, of course, following the demise, we know shippers and brokers were very quickly looking to redistribute freight to other carriers. A little bit of time has passed. Time to look at some of the trends. Some of the newly formed shipper-carrier relationships may not be long-lived. According to the survey from the investment firm Morgan Stanley, report this week showed that of the more than 300 shippers and 3PLs they talked to, all of which had recently worked with Yellow, 35% of them are still looking for another carrier for their LTL shipments, indicating that their first choice post-Yellow is not a permanent fit. Pricing, service, network fit, some of the reasons for another, albeit more modest, shakeup of the LTL landscape. Yellow historically held a roughly 9% share of the LTL market. That number obviously dwindled several hundred basis points before their demise in late July. Most of the large growth-oriented carriers run their networks with 15 or 20% excess capacity as they try to stay ahead of the longer-term demand curve. That means the remaining top 5 carriers indeed had the ability to absorb Yellow's share of the freight. That's not how Yellow's freight was redistributed across the industry, as many smaller and regional players were winners from the fallout as well. But the unwinding of Yellow on the downside of the demand cycle, with many competitors carrying plenty of door space, explains why the redistribution was accomplished with very minimal disruption. We didn't see freight sitting on docks all over the country. Some thought that would be the case, right? The recent reshape of the LTL pie was apparent in the third quarter updates provided by the large public carriers. All the public carriers noted some type of inflection in shipments for July and August. Saia recording the largest increases. Shipments for the carrier were up 14% year over year. In August, XPO had seen high single-digit increases.
ArcBest called out a 20% jump in volumes at their core accounts. Most of that was also relied on Yellow. So Morgan Stanley's report said carriers appear to be happier with the current status quo than the shippers, which could lead to a surprise in the magnitude of phase number 2, as they call it, of the reshuffling of freight. Only 7% of carriers polled said that the Yellow customers onboarded aren't a good fit for their networks. 46% acknowledged that pricing and the freight mix was worse than that of their base business. Now, due to their inability to generate a consistent profit, Yellow lacked the capital to consistently replace their equipment, make terminal upgrades, invest in technology. Of course, that dragged down the carrier's service, often forced it to take freight with unfavorable pricing, a.k.a. the cheap stuff. Service provided by the new partners is not really an issue for shippers and brokers, as nearly 40% say they were very happy with their new carriers. 60% indicating they were at least somewhat happy. Not really a surprise. Pricing was more of an issue, as 22% said that they were very happy with the new rates. 65% said they were somewhat happy with their new pricing. 13% were not at all happy. So again, many of those are going to be, if they're looking, I guess you got accustomed to being able to have your crap hauled cheap. And some of these other carriers aren't going to haul it for those rates. So they're going to be looking for somebody else to try to step in. Who wants to haul some cheap freight, right? You know, shoot themselves in the foot, I guess you'd say. Daryl, good morning. How's your week going there?
Fine. How are you, Steve? Well, how's family and how's Stryker?
Doing well. Good to be back in the saddle after a bit of a crazy night last night. But yeah, doing well.
Well, whenever I was a lad, that we used to buy aluminum icicles to put on pine trees. And then they would set these pine trees out when we were through with them, and the squirrels would take those aluminum icicles up on the transformers and blow electric transformers.
Yep.
And they made those aluminum icicles illegal. You can't buy them anymore.
Yeah.
And those squirrels can do damage real quick. I thought maybe Stryker came down to visit you at the office and saw all those bottles on your desk and had you pinned against the wall. We've got the fiber in our community, and they had a time putting it in our community because they didn't know where the gas lines were.
Yeah.
And my neighbor across the street, they dug up his driveway. He had a 3-car driveway, and they found the gas line right underneath his driveway, and they had to dig it up, and they poured him a new driveway. I'll let you go. I just wanted to throw in about my aluminum icicles, because that was a thing when they started putting up electric lines throughout the country that I lived in, and put up those transformers. Those squirrels could sure blow them. So, you have a great night, Steve.
Thank you
I'll
so
talk
much.
to you later.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me here a few years ago. Yeah, we always do the big 4th of July bash, and I typically would get they do they make some of the daytime fireworks, because you got to get people kind of pumped up throughout the afternoon. Every once in a while, I'll go out and I do a cake. Some of them would be like smoke balls that go up into the air. You see the stream of colors in the daytime. I had purchased a couple of them a whole bunch of parachutes that would come out, And on the parachutes would be these Mylar streamers, like he's talking about. These, I guess the Mylar has a bit of like aluminum content or whatever. And that one year, I did that daytime firework, one of the big long, I guess the streamers were probably 2-3 foot long, coming down with the parachute. And one or two, I don't know how many, ended up draping across the power lines, and boom! I knocked out power in the neighborhood. I think it actually blew the breaker, like the switch. The power company had to come out with that big long pole and reset the transformer. But I got a Dumbass of the Year nominee for my daytime fireworks. I learned not to purchase any fireworks for in the neighborhood that have the Mylar streamers anymore. Lesson learned. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Who we got? Uber Ed got you coming up next.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Jeans aren't one size fits all. Your seats shouldn't be either. That's the idea behind Bostrom's Wide Ride. It's the future of seating comfort. The Wide Ride features a 23-inch wide seat cushion and backrest, flex mat cushion support system, full lever recline, and front and rear cushion tilt on Bostrom's premium suspension system, allowing you to find your perfect fit. Optional features include a seat heater and a new innovative smart seat memory. With the flip of a switch, your seat can be a help and not a hindrance, allowing you to get in and out of your cab with ease. The premium foam is what makes the Wide Ride seat the perfect fit. It's designed to work for drivers of all shapes and sizes, and each seat is custom built right here in the USA. It's the smart seat choice. Go to BostromSeating.com now and find ultimate comfort for the open road with the Wide Ride from Bostrom.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Well, seeing as I don't have a dog in the hunt, as far as Major League Baseball postseason play is concerned, and not a whole lot of interest, but yeah, as we progress on into the postseason play, somewhere down the line, I'll find a team I'll start pulling for. Don't know who that's going to be, but last evening was evening number 1 of Wild Card Series, which the Wild Card Series, best out of 3. Winners, night number 1. Game 1, you had Texas versus Tampa Bay, right? Texas leads that series. Final score 4-0. Minnesota, I believe, was the headline. Minnesota breaks some long-standing record, like 18 consecutive postseason losses, winning Game 1 in that wild card. Minnesota over Toronto, 3-1. Arizona faced off with Milwaukee, the Brewers. Arizona, final score 6-3. And then you had Philadelphia. Phillies against Miami. Philadelphia 4, Miami 1. So all those one game in the books. Tonight will be game number 2. I would not doubt one little bit that probably a couple of those teams will finish off 2 in a row and punch their ticket to the next round. Thursday night, if necessary, will be game 3 for any teams that are split with wins
Tuesday, Wednesday night. So, yeah, postseason is underway. Best to your favorite team, right? What's going on, Uber Ed?
Not much, Steve. Hey, I got a couple things. That guy that called the other night, that used to work for Yellow, that is working for Kroger's.
Yeah.
Him and Dingbat there were
Brain
wondering about
dead.
the. Yeah, he was wondering about the. He didn't know what they were doing in Memphis there with the old bridge. I think they're working on the interchange because that was the only road in the United States, a city road, had priority over the interstate. And I think they're changing that.
Mm-hmm.
And then I want to finish talking our conversation. I know it was in the other night. The only other thing I really liked about Royal Caribbean, they have a curfew for kids. All kids have to be with their parents at 1 o'clock. And I knew when I was on Carnival, kids just run wild all night long.
Yeah, Carnival, I do know this is going to be the first time we've been on a Carnival cruise. Yeah, they're really cracking. I think they're cracking down. I think they've got a curfew for kids now as well. I can't be out there wandering the halls and all that alone after I don't know what hour it is. And I do know they're also cracking down heavily on people trying to bring marijuana on the ship. They're actually going to have drug sniffing dogs on the ship during the cruise and they can randomly come. If they smell somebody smoking a doobie, and they can go down the hallway and find out who it is, bring the drug sniffing dog in. That'll be something different.
Yeah, I just thought the ship was a lot newer than what Carnival ships were in that. But I guess each his own, And I want to also add that Eagle ain't got to worry about the one he's worried about because he's been being a true Democrat. He's been home for 3 weeks. So I don't know if he's ever going to go back to work. I think he's dependent on his wife. So, but that's all I have, Steve.
All right,
have a good night. I tried to call you last night, but I guess the squirrels got you.
We were in Memorex mode. Yeah, I did a quick search here, and I guess all the cruise lines are getting to the point where, because I guess a lot of teenagers and whatnot out there running up and down the hallways, looking for mischief at all hours of the night. 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning. What are you doing? Go to bed. It was actually September of last year. Carnival announced they were implementing a new official youth curfew for all guests 17 years and younger, not accompanied by adult ages 21 or older in the party. It is same as Royal Caribbean, 1 a.m. Exceptions would be for minors who are involved in a youth activity at the Club O2 or the Circle C. Some of the youth stuff. So, it's the time of year we're going, in the month of October, I don't have nearly as many youngsters on the cruises. School's in session, school's back in session now. As we did over the years. I mean, for many, many years, I had to take Stephen and Bethany out of school for a full week. And they didn't much, the school didn't like that. Several times they tried to say Stephen had missed too many days. He's not going to be able to graduate or whatever, or move to the next year. And I always have to come back and say, listen, we took them out for a week. We got permission from the principal to take them out. And go, okay. So, meanwhile, what are we looking at here? Clear lines at 844-844-3388. I thought that was what it was all about when you're in the military. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marines, I don't care. Based on all I've seen from Hollywood films is when you get some off time, It's time to let your hair down and just go crazy, right? Living the life of debauchery. Eat, drink, and be merry. In response to a troubling pattern of irresponsible alcohol consumption, an entire Air Force squadron stationed at Ramstein Air Base in Germany now finds itself under a stringent ban on late-night drinking outside their living quarters. Initially disseminated on an Air Force-affiliated Facebook page for internal communication amoung airmen, the verified memorandum about the 721st Aerial Port Squadron ordered that alcohol consumption outside your dorm or residence is prohibited between the hours of midnight and 6 a.m. and within 8 hours of any shift. I don't know. I guess we had aviators drinking until 3, 4 in the morning, then maybe heading in, reporting for duty 3 or 4 hours later, right? Still hungover or still maybe drunk. As delineated in the memorandum, the irresponsible alcohol consumption exhibited by squadron members has been identified as a grave concern, stating that such behavior places the lives of our airmen in jeopardy, necessitating a vigorous response. Lieutenant Cameron Silver, a 521st Air Mobility Operations Wing spokesman, tells Military.com that alcohol-related incidents are a threat to our airmen and, in turn, our mission. This policy is meant to deter our members from putting themselves in those situations and promote their safety as well as good order and discipline. If a member is caught in violation of this new policy, they will receive corrective action on a case-by-case basis. Now, all this unfolded amid the backdrop, of course, of the heightened tension with U.S. forces stationed in Europe, given the ongoing conflict in Ukraine. The 721st Aerial Port Squadron is responsible for cargo and personnel loading and unloading operations. There's an active war on our continent. There's probably a consideration of not only the behavioral side, but also the readiness side. According to the Center for a New American Security think tank, she said it's kind of like a parent saying, all right, if you can't handle this, I'm going to take it away from you, because we still need to be able to meet our mission. If you can't drink responsibly, we'll take it away from you. So there you go. It is 844-844-3388. When we come back from the news break here, our skies, our nighttime skies, becoming more and more polluted, would you say? Scientists with the International Astronomical Union announcing that one of the brightest objects visible in the night sky is not a star, it is not a planet, but rather a Blue Walker 3 prototype satellite, to which they say it is unacceptable. We'll give you more on that coming up here.
USA News Update. He's Speaker of the House no more.
Speaker of the House Kevin McCarthy has been ousted.
The yeas are 216. The nays are 210. The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
The motion to remove him, initiated by Representative Matt Gaetz, gained support from a few Republicans and Democrats. After the vote, Gaetz said Louisiana Representative Steve Scalise would be a good replacement.
I would give him the deference to be able to decide whether or not he'd like to put himself forward as a candidate, but he'd be the type of person that I could see myself supporting.
This marks the first time in U.S. history a speaker has been voted out. I'm John Schaefer.
A national emergency alert test is set for tomorrow about 2:20 p.m. Eastern Time. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated, or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. We got Happy Hump Day, all right? Good morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Glad to hear everything's up and running again. Looks like 83 in Fort Wayne, 81 for Sterling Heights. One more warm day before cool enough for the weekend and beyond. So Truck and Phil still running the freight for General Motors, as he is ready to depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights.
and flip back once again. Stay safe out there. Truck and Phil says Semper Fi. And there's Steve in Columbus. Good morning, all the listeners out there. Here we are about halfway through the week. Weekend really can't get here fast enough. Some much-needed rest is sounding good right about now. It's only midweek, and it's been a tiring week already. But we're all loaded up here, ready to head into town for another day in the trash truck. Everybody enjoy. All right, I like to say, dirty job, but somebody's got to do it. And every once in a while, you might come across a little gem out there. All right, I mentioned this really bright object in the sky. I'm thinking I may have seen this thing fly over a couple of times, several occasions in recent months. I'm very familiar with, I usually get the advisories, like when the International Space Station is going to be passing over. Sometimes it'll be very, very bright. And whatever this thing is, it looked as bright or even maybe brighter than the space station. I'm thinking, what the hell kind of satellite would that be so bright? Because on one occasion here, a week or two ago, after it passed over, I came in and immediately pulled up, where's the station, where you can track it. And it was nowhere near flying over my part of the world. Part of an ambitious 5G communication system development by the company AST Space Mobile. This particular satellite, the Blue Walker 3, appears so utterly luminous from our vantage point on Earth because in addition to a launch vehicle adapter, LVA, it also possesses a massive structure known as a phased array antenna. Matter of fact, Blue Walker 3 is deemed the largest commercial antenna system ever deployed in low Earth orbit. It was launched in September of last year. This array takes up about 64 square meters, which that's 689 square feet of space. And because those panels are reflective, it's almost like this satellite is a giant mirror continuously bouncing sunlight towards our eyes. That would explain it. And that mirror could soon have company. AST said they envision about 90 similar satellites roaming the skies in the near future to make what experts call a satellite constellation. Although an AST spokesperson told Space.com, by contrast, other such constellations are expected to require thousands of satellites. That's like Elon Musk's Starlink. Takes thousands of satellites. They're saying 90 such satellites would be able to do the same. But, I mean, look at the size. We are building the first and only space-based cellular broadband network designed to seamlessly connect everyday smartphones. By connecting people, we aim to alleviate poverty, spur economic development, foster a diverse digital society, says AST. Naturally, the ultra-bright satellite prototype has opened the door to concerns about whether our nighttime sky is on the road to being littered with way too many artificial stars, especially because this is not an isolated situation. We know SpaceX's Starlink have already spurred a similar discussion. Not only might such a future be an eerie one for those looking toward the heavens, but it's also a threat to the work of astronomers because these excessive human-made brightness in the sky directly impacts astronomical observations, both radio and optical. Now, this particular satellite, they say, was launched without much consideration of its impact on astronomy. The IAU CPS wants to change that. They want solutions with the space industry. In particular, astronomers are concerned about how Blue Walker 3 satellites will affect their studies conducted during twilight hours. Yeah, the thousands and thousands. The heavens are becoming quite polluted, are they not? Morning, Scarecrow. What's going on? Happy Hump Day.
The last bit you're talking about there kind of reminds me of a story that goes way back. And I know the year was 1974. I was still driving local. The local story on the news, a lot of sightings. People were calling in reporting a bright purplish light that streaked across the sky. Now, the story kind of died and went away now that I'm thinking about it here, but coincidentally, a little while back, I brought up the name Dick Trickle, and he was the hot shoe when it comes to short track racing, in the country, really. Well, his car was a purple Ford Mustang with a 99 on it, and at one point in the report, the radio host, he asked his caller if that Meteor or whatever, if he noticed that it had a 99 painted on the side of it or not. But no, the story, thinking about it, the story went away. And the only interesting note that I think I made a connection and nobody else looked into it. One of the Apollo program, I think that was still active at the time, or was Skylab up and running by then. But either way, the astronauts overhead reported, they said, that community where the rivers meet, and then they finally come up with La Crosse. They said from their altitude, they could see some type of a circular image on the ground. So I just wondering if that was something to do with that meteor or whatever it was. But so either way, that's my space report for the morning here. I'll probably we'll try to do a little FaceTiming with Junior this weekend there. Back when he was driving the C-17s, he'd run through Ramstein several times. I'll see if he can hold a straight face if I asked him about any excess consumption or debauchery or conduct on becoming an officer, and just see if he's able to maintain a semblance of straight-facedness.
I do know. I mean, when my son was, I can't remember which base Stephen was at when he was stationed over there in Germany, but yeah, he and the gang, I guess you'd call it, they would take, I guess, the train or whatever into whatever city that was, where they would tie one on, and he would share stories about some of these guys. The one guy ended up so drunk that he passed out in somebody's yard, and another guy passed out, and he was on the train, and he rode the train like all night long, passed out in it or whatever, and I don't know. I said, don't they get in trouble for that? So I know it happens.
Yeah, I think the different kind of consumption over there too. I believe the alcohol content of their beer is far different than the light stuff that we enjoy around here. But so we'll hold his feet to the fire on that one. I apologize for missing your call to arms there last night, Steve. I generally end up with my phone on silent, and I happen to pick it up, I'll hear whatever time you had called. It was a good 2 hours later, and I thought, well, I know the program isn't on now. Am I going to be interrupting anything if I try calling you back? And I thought, I just better let this lie. Well, I couldn't remember if you were having any dental issues after your first visit, and I was wondering, who can I call that would recall if you were mentioning another dental visit and that. And then, when you don't know the details, your mind starts playing games on you, and I'm thinking the worst case scenario between you and your family members and such, and so right away I brought up thoughts of prayers and whatnot. That's where that email come into play. And so, but either way, yeah. And somebody else had touched on this too. You know, we've become so accustomed to the overnight program here, Steve, that I was at a loss. You know, it was the same repeated program from when you head off for the dental visit there, and I thought, well, now what am I going to listen to? I don't really listen to much music on the jukebox here anymore in such way, but so yeah, the evening came to play, and I think it was Horse Feathers. He got in touch with me later on and explained what it was going on and whatnot.
Yeah, ironically enough, I call Horse Feather. I guess it's about 10:30, and he picks up the phone. Hello, I said, did I wait? Aren't you working tonight? He said, not till I don't go in till 3 a.m. I'm like, oh man, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. So, but anyway, I explained it to him, and he was able to get a post up there, I guess, on my page and the Overnight Drive fan page, and Pappy was able to pick up the phone, and he shared. I said, I got to get the word out to a few people, you know?
Yeah, that's kind of got your own little network communication going out here, man. There's no secrets on this program.
All right.
Oh, yeah, the Mississippi squirrelers. That fella I spoke with not that long, just a couple weeks back. Now, not squirrel-related, but he was talking about woodchucks, that they can be, not that they're going to climb a telephone pole by any means, but he said they'll get up, crawl up underneath the hoods of a car or whatnot and start gnawing on things. And
yeah.
In fact, he even referenced a piece of power equipment that they got up and chewed through the hydraulic, a suction line on for the hydraulics on a piece of equipment that he lost all this fluid and whatnot. But yeah, there's all kinds of oddities in nature, as they say. Oh, let's see. No, I just thought I had to chime in here a little bit. I don't really have any major newsworthy items. Did run across another story. I've brought up a couple recently about the whole EV industry and those unintended consequences we had talked about also. But I think it's up in Canada now. There's some bogs where they have discovered mineral contents they figure worth billions and billions of dollars, all necessary for the production of batteries, and nickel and such. And all these bogs, there's tribal rights to these areas and such way. And of course, everybody's looking at the dollar signs in their eyes now and such way. That'll be another interesting program story to follow. But and beyond that, that's all. I just kind of seemed like you might need a little airtime to be filled up here, so I did.
There you go.
Part. Maybe I hope somebody else can finish you off there.
I think we may chime in. We may chime in with the anonymous hippopotamus here coming up. Real quick, first in D.C., rampant crime in America, right? More and more cities. Philadelphia was an example. Just rampaging the stores. Take what you want. No punishment for the crime is tending to lead to more crime. Washington, D.C. has, in recent years, been listed pretty consistently on the list of, it's become one of the most dangerous cities in the whole country. Our nation's capital. How could it be? Texas Democrat Representative Henry Culler was actually carjacked at gunpoint outside his apartment in D.C. Monday night. 3 black men reportedly approached Representative Keller's white Honda CR-V with guns, demanding his car.
and they succeeded in get away in his vehicle. The representative's reportedly safe following the incident. Details about his condition not really made known. A CNN reporter tweeted that Representative Henry, is it Culler or Seller? Culler? Carjacked at gunpoint tonight outside his apartment in D.C. Was just texted by a member about this at gunpoint. A number of House members live in this building. It's their D.C. residents when they're in town for business. A neighborhood alert was promptly issued stating, alert, armed carjacking investigation at the intersection of K Street and New Jersey Avenue Southeast. Look out for 3 black males wearing all black clothing. That was the alert that went out there. Again, Monday night. When you're an actual representative getting carjacked, you think that's kind of a wake-up call for these Democrat representatives that, more and more often have this soft-on-crime mentality. Maybe it'll be a bit different when you find yourself on the receiving end of such violence.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, whoever sent that my way, thank you very much. I was way off. That's obviously a representative. Said his name is Cuellar. Cuellar.
Thank you very much, Henry Cuellar. What's going on, hippopotamus?
Yeah, I wouldn't have guessed that one, but I told you right after I hung up from you, the only Republican House representative from Maryland is Andy Harris. Right after I hung up from you, I remember. I knew that
You're right. Okay.
So Andy Harris is and he was one of the ones that was the mega one holdout, wouldn't confirm McCarthy. So anyways, we'll see where all that develops. But so anyways, your story there about this satellite company putting these big astronomically sized satellites up there for the 5G cellular network, which is pretty amazing. You have the cellular net, you think it was a satellite network, not a cellular. But so anyways, you said something about so that the people in poverty can have cellular. Well, people in poverty I guess they're the ones that are getting the free smartphones from the government so they can sit there and not have a job and be in poverty and be on Facebook or what? So who's this benefiting? I think this is all for the benefit of the company that's putting the the satellites
right
up there. I don't see any benefit. I don't see any benefit to the economy or to the local neighborhoods or any. I mean, how does somebody on a smartphone looking at Facebook be a benefit? I don't know. Just asking, Your Honor. But anyways,
I mean, when I read that statement, which was by connecting people, we aim to alleviate poverty, spur economic development, foster a diverse digital society, and save lives. That really didn't make a bit of sense to me. How do you alleviate poverty with the smartphone? I don't know.
Yeah, it's all just words to make everybody feel good. Make it sound good to make people feel good to think something good's happening, but they don't realize how much is actually costing them to make those words happen, and it's not going to accomplish anything. It's still going to be the same old problems. But because you look at what goes on in the cities, you talk about these cities and that, and it's just the same old problems run by the same people and the same parties and all that. And you want to talk about a problem going on now? The Baltimore Orioles are in the playoffs, correct?
I believe they are. Yeah.
So Saturday night, Billy Joel and Stevie Nicks are playing at M&T Bank Stadium. Guess where the Orioles are playing, Your Honor?
Oh, boy. So you got big crowds. Big crowds. All right. Hey, we got to close it out there. Hey, thanks for being with us. We'll see you back at the midnight hour tonight.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I